andando. Ok. Okay, so we can start. We are also on streaming. Good afternoon. We are starting the final conference of the Horizon 2020 Be.CULTOUR project, Beyond Cultural Tourism. I'm very pleased to have you today in Napoli, Italy, for this final event. I will moderate a little bit the day, and then we will have another day of conference tomorrow in Napoli. I'm very pleased to introduce the first speakers of today, which are the representatives of the CNR National Research Council institutes involved in the project, and also a representative of the Department of Architecture of the University of Naples Federico II. First of all, I would give the floor to the representative of the CNR Institute of Heritage Science, which is Costanza Miliani, but we have another representative today, which is Alessandra Marasco, a senior researcher at the Institute. Okay, we welcome also Professor Luigi Fusco Girard. Hello. Alessandra Marasco is a senior researcher in tourism and economy at the Institute of Heritage Science. She has collaborated in the Be.CULTOUR project since the start, and I'm very pleased to welcome you, Alessandra, for giving us a welcome and introduction about the activities of the Institute.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon to all. I bring you the greetings on behalf of Costanza Miliani, the director of the Institute of Heritage Science, who could not join the conference due to a concomitant institutional engagement. The Institute of Heritage Science is an interdisciplinary institute of the National Research Council of Italy. Its mission is to pursue scientific excellence and innovation in the understanding, conservation, and enhancement of cultural heritage with a holistic 360-degree approach that involves different disciplinary areas. In light of this mission, the relationship between culture and creative industries and tourism is of critical importance for the conservation, the enhancement, and the sustainable management of cultural heritage, especially in the face of the challenges posed by the triple green, digital, and social transition. And in the perspective of the triple transition, the contribution of the Be.CULTURE project is of great significance, especially for the adoption of a human-centered approach and the development of collaborative heritage networks to fuel innovation for sustainable cultural tourism beyond growth at all costs model. So this conference is an important private stakeholders to co-create the future of cultural tourism, whereby cultural heritage can act as a catalyst to promote sustainable practices that respect the past and also protect the future. So thank you again, and to all very best wishes for the conference and for the future endeavors.
Thank you very much, Alessandra. Now I would give the floor to Professor Luigi Fusco Girard, who represents the CNR IRIS, which is an Institute of Research for Innovation and Services for Development, which is the formal coordinator of the Be.CULTOUR project. So, Professor Fusco Girard, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I ask your pardon, but in general, we say that in Naples, we are never in delay. But I see that Be.CULTURE is an exception. So, excuse me again. Okay, the director, Massimo Clemente, is not in Italy, so he cannot stay with us today for attending this welcoming participatives. IRIS, what is IRIS? IRIS is a little institute of CNR. It's a little institute, but it is interested in the topic of sustainable development, and in particular in urban territorial dimension, in economic, financial perspective, and also in regeneration of marginal areas. And here in south of Italy, we have many, many marginal areas, too many. The characteristic of the approach of this IRIS CNR Center is the transdisciplinarity, interdisciplinarity, post-disciplinarity. And it is the reason why I accepted the invitation to take part to the research of this IRIS CNR. And I have to thank in particular all the researchers of IRIS about the relationship of trust that we can have in these last years. I really hope that the collaboration between CNR and the university, and in particular the University Federico II, in particular the Department of Architecture, can grow much more and more in the next years. And I will conclude. It's a great emotion for me, as when I close a book. It's a moment particular. We are closing in experience, an experience very interesting. And we hope that we can open with this closing some new perspective, as many, many new meetings. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor, for representing the Institute. And now I give the floor to representative of the Department of Architecture, Professor Pasquale De Toro, who will give a speech on behalf of Michelangelo Russo.
Yes, thank you. I speak also on behalf of our director, Professor Michelangelo Russo, who unfortunately isn't here at the moment because he's very busy for our institutional tasks. But in any case, I want to say you welcome here in our historical building of the Department of Architecture. We have another site where we have the didactic activities. And yes, the Department of Architecture is one of the partners of the project. We had a specific task in this project about the evaluation dimension. Okay, so we have developed a list of criteria, indicators for touristic activities, and I'll give you a little presentation in the afternoon. But in any case, just to say that we have faced the problem in a multi-dimensional perspective, so considering environmental aspects, cultural aspects, economic aspects, social aspects, and so on. And I think that the different partners, pilot, mirrors, etc., can try to use our proposal for their specific tax activities and evaluation. Okay, thank you very much, and see you later.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now we can go directly to the second session towards circular and cultural tourism. I will also introduce myself, actually. I'm Antonia Gravagnuolo. I work in the National Research Council, and I'm a researcher and a coordinator of the project. So I would like to call the next speakers, Cristina Sarvani, Kirsti Alamutka, and Anne Grady, and probably Rodrigo Martin-Galan will join in the meanwhile.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Ah, Rodrigo, sorry, I didn't see you. Okay, then Rodrigo, since you're here, I'm very happy to give you the floor for your introduction on the topics of cultural tourism and the activities that the European Commission is undertaking on the development of rural and remote areas through cultural tourism. So Rodrigo Martin Galan is a representative of the REA agency, and I'm very glad to give you the floor.
Yeah, thank you. I will just put the frame in which the 6 projects of cultural tourism, I will put the thematic frame, the 6 projects of cultural tourism of which you are part, have been working. I would like to say some words about why it is important, this cooperation, because it's important to say that you are one of the 6 projects that have been working together, and all of you have been working in cluster, and all of you have been cooperating, and you have had interesting results as a result of this cooperation. So what I would like to say is that anyone who has worked in the field of cultural heritage knows the importance of its preservation, the preservation of heritage. The cultural heritage lover does not need any explanation. However, we are confronted sometimes with the need to explain to others why we should preserve our European thousands years old legacy. Often, the love we feel for this magnificent cultural richness standing on European soil does not seem to be enough to convince some people. When this occurs, we have to turn to the well-known arguments to persuade those who are not at all interested in history and culture. This argument is the economy. Nowadays, no one is discussing the economic benefits that culture brings to a given area, having a rich cultural heritage. There we have an argument. Think those who love history and heritage for their own sake. And more important, a valid argument that everybody would understand. Cultural tourism is gaining more and more adepts. This creates markets, economic flows, and brings benefits. But we are starting to experience in Europe also some problems of over-dimensioned tourist flows in some areas. We all know that cultural heritage is fragile, it's very fragile. Flows of thousands of tourism without the necessary protection measures can kill the hen of the golden eggs. Once heritage is destroyed, there is no way back. The damage is irreversible. We all know it. Therefore, for all these reasons I have just said, it is paramount to carry on multidisciplinary research, bringing together specialists from a large variety of fields that analyze the problems from a wide diversity of angles. This is what the 6 projects that have been founded by the Horizon Europe program have done. They have brought together a constellation of European researchers to work together, each researcher within their frame of their project, and each of them cooperating with the others. And so it's important to say here that last year, the 6 projects cooperating together that were founded under the call of cultural tourism, they made a scientific encounter in Brussels, where they presented the results of their work, and all those results were gathered in a book that is going to be published soon by Springer. So this book is expected to be a landmark in the research of cultural tourism. And that's thanks to the multidisciplinary cooperation of 6 projects, having large consortia working in a complementary way. This is the way to advance in any field of research, and this is the way of putting on the table all the specific needs and to analyze these needs from different angles. That's it, I finish.
Thank you very much, Rodrigo, for giving this introduction. We are very pleased to have you all on board, even if it was impossible to come to Napoli. So now I would give the floor to Cristina Sarbani of the European Commission DG Research and Innovation for an intervention about cultural heritage and how this is a focus of the DG Research and Innovation in the last activities. So I will share the screen with the slides. I think you are able to see the screen. And Cristina, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Antonia. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cristina Sarvani. Perhaps some of you in the room, you know me already. I work for the DG Research and Innovation at the European Commission, and I'm responsible for the policy portfolio on cultural tourism, among many other things. Today, though, I would like to give you a short presentation on indeed the priorities, research and innovation priorities on cultural heritage, the cultural and creative industries, and particularly on cultural tourism, and why it is so important for us. I would say for all the regions that mentioned just now by my colleague Rodrigo, for all the benefits they can bring in our society, and also in order to overcome the challenges that they face nowadays. So I would go directly to the Cluster 2 work program and Horizon Europe, just to give you a little bit the frame. So Cluster 2 belongs to Horizon Europe Framework Program, which is the EU key funding program for research and innovation with a total budget of 95.5 billion. And overall, this program facilitates collaboration and strengthens the impact of research and innovation in developing, supporting, and implementing EU policies, while tackling global challenges. As you can see, Horizon Europe consists of 3 main pillars, and Cluster 2, inclusive culture, creativity, and inclusive society, belongs to Pillar 2, and it is one of the 6 clusters that belong in this pillar. So Cluster 2 has received 2.3 million euro and aims to strengthen the European democratic values, safeguarding cultural heritage, and promoting socioeconomic transformations that contribute to inclusion and growth. In the second programming period, from that starts in 2025 until 2027, the Cluster 2 will continue fostering efforts to make Europe more resilient, more competitive, inclusive, and democratic. And it will work with interdisciplinary approaches on measures from preservation to a call to action and engagement. Now I would like to go a little bit deeper to the Cluster 2 and the 3 destinations that we can see in the next slides. So as you will see, there are 3 destinations exactly in the next slide. And the second one belongs to innovative research on European cultural heritage and the cultural and creative industries. And it is actually the first research and innovation program dedicated to which dedicated an entire destination for cultural heritage and the cultural and creative industries, allocating so far almost 330 million euro already in the first programming period, 2021-2024, and more funding is expected to be allocated in the next programming period, the next coming years. Now in the next slide, we can see the overall aim of this destination, which is to safeguard and promote cultural heritage and increase the innovation potential and competitiveness of the arts and the cultural and creative industries, while what it is expected from this research and innovation actions throughout the 7 years is to manage to exploit the full potential of cultural heritage, the arts, and cultural and creative sectors, and make them drivers of innovation, of green transition, and digital transition. In the next slide, I can go a little bit deeper what I mean with the drivers of green digital transition and innovators, because First of all, this destination adopts a people-centered approach, a people-centered perspective, and places cultural heritage and the cultural and creative industries essentially under 3 areas: the green, digital, and innovative. Under the green area, research and innovation actions aim to support the cultural and creative industries, turning climate challenges into opportunities and driving an inclusive societal transition. Efforts are made to develop environmentally friendly technologies for managing, restoring, and preserving cultural heritage, positioning Europe as a leader in sustainable heritage management. Under the digital area, research and innovation actions focus on empowering the cultural and creative industries to leverage digital technologies, become leaders in the digital transition, and create appealing and valuable products, services, and experiences. Cooperation between cultural and creative industries, as well as cooperation with other economic sectors, is also one of the objectives of our destination, and among our priorities, aiming to strengthen the EU market, to create new market opportunities, and to foster growth. Now, under the digital area, under the digital pillar, we also aim through another initiative, huge initiative, I would say, to develop a cloud infrastructure, a European digital space that will aim to unlock the opportunities of the digital transition to Europe cultural heritage institutions and the heritage research organizations, and overall to foster cooperation among the professionals. Under the innovative area now, research and innovation aims to strengthen the innovation capacity of the CCIs, including specific sectors such as tourism. Talking about tourism, I would like to also mention that in this destination, our focus is to increase innovation in cultural tourism, to develop new approaches, concepts, and practices for sustainable, accessible, and inclusive cultural tourism, and other priorities that I will present to you in the coming slides. Before that, I could say a few things very, very quickly because some things are already mentioned about the Horizon 2020 projects on cultural tourism, which have Horizon 2020 and particularly Societal Challenge 6 work program has funded 8 in total projects on cultural tourism, allocating 26 million euro. But the research doesn't stop there. Because in Horizon Europe, we funded some additional 4 topics under Cluster 2, allocating some 9 million euro so far. Now, concerning the Horizon 2020 projects, including Be.CULTOUR, which is one of those, of course, I will not say anything further, but I would invite you to go to our website and read through our newly published Cordis Results Pack, which focuses on the 8 Horizon 2020 research projects that demonstrate the EU commitment to conserving Europe's cultural heritage and transitioning to sustainable cultural tourism. This Cordis Pack, this booklet, explores the potential of cultural tourism for regenerating and valorizing cultural heritage and empowering local communities by creating sustainable jobs and opportunities for entrepreneurial activity. And it aims to help policymakers and researchers and stakeholders to get a greater insight on the latest research results, the policy recommendations, policy solutions, and all the challenges that have been covered by these Horizon 2020 projects, including Be.CULTOUR. Going back to our current priorities and our current initiatives, as I said, we funded already 4 projects called, as you can see, Culturality, Crocus, Tural, and Secreture that you can all find. They can all be found in Cordis. And these projects have as an ultimate goal to increase the macro-regional cultural tourism cooperation, to increase sustainable job opportunities and investments, and to promote inclusive and sustainable cultural and creative tourism that fosters social inclusion and engagement, respects the needs of local communities, the heritage and the capacity of the rural and remote areas. Again, I will not say more about these projects, as in the next slide I have the link from the cultural heritage booklet that has been published also recently, and consists of all the projects funded under the 2021 and 2022 calls for proposals under the destination 2, and you can find all the information regarding the challenges that they cover, the objectives that they have, the methodologies they use, and what are the solutions they can bring to society and to our lives. So another booklet with the projects funded under the 2023 calls is going to be published very soon this summer, so stay tuned. And apart now from what exists already, I would like perhaps to close my presentation with some future priorities that we have on research on cultural tourism that are gathered on the following goals, if I can call it like this. So as future priorities, we aim to develop strategies. We aim to develop strategies to unlock the full potential of cultural tourism through our research projects. We should aim to enhance the well-being of communities involved, to create opportunities that benefit both visitors and local residents, and also to prevent the negative impacts of mass tourism. Some useful resources before I close my presentation for your information, in case you're interested to know more, in knowing more about our priorities and initiatives. You can always visit our website, the Research and Innovation Cultural Heritage site, that you can find the link here, or the Cluster 2 work program for the latest funding opportunities under the 2023 and 2024 calls. And you can always navigate the funding and tenders portal for more funding and collaboration opportunities. Thank you very much for your attention. It was a pleasure it is a pleasure being with you, even if it is only online. But I wish you best of luck, and I'm looking forward to the discussions and the next presentations. Thanks a lot. Back floor to you.
Thank you very much, Cristina. This was very informative and for sure very useful also for all the partners of Be.CULTOUR, because we are focused on cultural heritage, on innovation. We are all organizations working in different fields, research, but also destination management organizations, local development agencies. So we have a partnership made of different type of organization, which are all interested in what you have presented. So thank you very much. again, and I will go directly to the next speaker, Kirsti Alamutka. She's a policy officer at the DG Grow of the European Commission. Kirsti, if you want, you can open your microphone and camera.
I actually have opened
yes.
my microphone and camera.
Great, great. Okay, thank you very much. And Kirsti, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the invitation for this conference. I'm looking at the agenda and it's really, really pity I can't be there. Also, it's a pity I couldn't come to Naples. I was thinking, what do I know about Naples? And I realized I've been there once. And what do I remember? I remember that I was there sitting next to an older gentleman on a bus stop. The bus was, by the way, 20 minutes late. So that was another time when something was late in Naples. And we talked about the region, about the area. And it felt very nice. And I have to say that it was a work trip. I gave a presentation. I don't remember what I talked in the presentation. I don't remember where I had the presentation, but I remember that I was talking with a local nice person. It seemed to be that this place is a very nice place to live, and I would like to come back and visit and learn more. That made me think that what do I remember normally when I travel? And I started thinking another time when I was traveling, just a year ago, I went to Cartagena, to Colombia. And since I'm interested in music, I tried to find a way where would be a possibility to learn about how to play some local instrument. And I found a very small local school who had been set up by the local community in a non-privileged area. And they had set up a school so that they could teach their own traditional way of drumming to the children in the barrier, in the area. And I had the chance of participating to some of the classes they were giving to people there. And then I could have private classes with a very modest payment on my part. That was very important for them. I learned something about their tradition. They invited me to participate some of the things that they were doing in the evenings because it was before the Christmas, so the children were singing on the streets. And when I came home, they sent me pictures of the roof that they have repaired with the payments I had given to the school. So that made me feel good. I had learned something. I had learned something of their culture, and I had been able to contribute something to the culture of that place. And these are the kind of things I do when I travel. I try to find a place, a local restaurant, try to understand what do the local people eat here for breakfast. By the way, in Cartagena, it's fish soup, which was quite interesting. I try to find things that the local people do by their hands. And why they do that? Because anything you used to do by your hands had a useful purpose. Very rarely it was only for the decoration. I try to visit something that has been there for a long time and try to get someone to tell me what used to happen here. And I don't consider myself doing cultural tourism. I just consider that my tourism is always linked with the culture, because why otherwise would I do it? And this is one of the things that I like this project. You really went beyond of the traditional way of seeing what is cultural tourism. You are thinking of tourism that links to tangible heritage, intangible heritage, to the different things that the local communities are living, creating, sharing their culture, and supporting them to do that. And this is exactly what I think it should be. Because I don't think I'm the only one who is thinking this way about traveling and tourism. We have the Eurobarometer that was surveying 25,000 EU citizens. 42% of them said that they are choosing their destinations based on the cultural assets. And I think that now that number is too low because it depends on what you consider as a cultural asset. Then I went to see the latest survey of Booking.com because they are doing the annual travel surveys. The latest survey in 2023, done to 31,000 people around the world, say that 96% of them considered that in their last trip, they had participated in tours or activities that had links to the local authentic culture. 95% of them had bought something from the independent local store. And I think that this is much closer to the reality if you just give these people a possibility to find something that links and supports the local culture. And here we come to the EU policy for tourism. I come from the part of the European Commission that considers tourism as an important part of the industry and economy. We consider the SMEs that are making up the 99% of the tourism ecosystems as important people to be supported because they are the lifeline for many regions, for many areas in all over the Europe. And we have two key policy documents to support them. The Transition Pathway for Tourism that was developed together with the stakeholders and recognized 70 actions under 27 areas to support the green and digital transition and improving resilience. We have the EU Agenda for Tourism that was adopted by the member states as Council conclusions in 2022 and that supports the same strategic areas of actions. So there are several areas where we need to take action in order to make sure that tourism stays alive, and culture is cross-cutting, practically almost all of them. I'm just taking a few areas of these key policy documents, starting from the strategies. In order to develop tourism, you need to have a strategy that considers the destination where you are, the strategic strengths, the unique opportunities, and making the most of them. And in your project, I have seen the guidance materials. You have done exactly this type of activity. So you have concretely provided examples of how to do that. Another key area of action is to improve the collaborative governance. Again, this is an example that in this project, you have improved the collaboration of different actors because it's about collaborating with the people who manage tourism, who implement tourism, also those who take part in it. And you need to have the whole cultural ecosystem actors working together in order to recognize how to build good ways to promote cultural tourism or culture-related tourism in the area, and to follow that it works well. Because the third key important area is the well-being of residents. You need to have happy people so that you can go and talk with them who are living their culture in a happy way so that they can share it, they can maintain it, they can have secure jobs, they can live with their culture and support it with the tourism across the seasons and in the different areas of cities. We just finished a survey for destinations. We received 224 replies from small regions across Europe. And two key groups of the problems for them was the congestion of tourists in certain areas and the economic distress in low season or in specific areas and not having security of the work. Again, tourism-related issues can be a key solution for that, for diversifying the different things that you can do as your work, the diversifying the different services that the tourists can search for in their search for locally authentic and cultural activities and tours and so on. So these are, again, the things that are developed in the collaboration, built in the CULT strategy, and you have been providing examples for them in your project, which is great. On our part, we are supporting by providing funding and advice for tourism SMEs through the Enterprise Europe Network, through specific funding calls, and also through supporting social economy ecosystem, because some of these cooperative things that you can be setting up could actually be working as a collaborative social economy models. So that is always one thing to be also considered about. Also, a specific thing that we have just managed to finalize at the end of last year is the new regulation I'm not sure if you knew about that, but there is now, at the end of last November, a regulation on the crafts and industrial geographical indications that makes it possible to have a specific indication of your craft product done for whether it's from wood or from leather or different things. And based on the analysis of my colleagues, we are expecting this to provide 300,000 jobs in the next years, or potential for them in at least 17% of the European regions. And this regulation will become in force in the 1st of December 2025. And it is something that I think that all the cultural actors should be taking into account in their plans of development. Overall, this work needs to be done together. You have shown great collaborative examples by working with different actors across different areas. And this is also how we have been working, by developing the transition pathway as a collaborative way, and by now gathering pledges of what people are doing concretely and sharing them with each other. We have over 400 pledges, of which 10% relate to culture in one way or another. And we are in September establishing a stakeholder support platform where anyone can share their practices, discuss with each other, try to find collaborators. And this, I hope, that will be also a platform for you to start sharing the important results that you have done, to show the value that you have already done for those partners who have been part of your project, and to make this impact bigger, to give examples for others what they could do. So overall, I am just simply congratulating for your work, thanking for your work, and hoping that you help all of us to maximize the impact of your work by sharing it effectively and collaboratively with all of the tourism stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kirsti, for this very interesting overview of also how cultural heritage and culture is really a cross-cutting topic and an attractiveness factor for European economy. And in fact, we have worked with many communities around Europe in many different regions to engage them in taking care of cultural heritage and becoming the first promoters and the first advocates for cultural heritage in their regions. So now I'm very happy to also give the floor to next speaker, Anne Grady, who is seconded cultural heritage expert at the European Parliament. And with Anne, we have had some discussions during the project. As the other speakers, she has also participated in some of the events of the project. So she has followed the evolution of the Be.CULTOUR project. So I'm sure that her last intervention for this session will be as interesting as the others that we had. So Anne, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Antonio, and thank you very much for the invitation to participate again with the project. And I want to say, Clocardicus, congratulations to you and your team. It's nice to meet you again online. So if you could share my slides, please.
Yes, I'm going to share your slides.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, give me just 1 second.
And like Kirsty, I was also in Naples last year, and what I've done is I've peppered some images in my presentation with from Naples and from the general region.
Okay, do you see the slides?
I do. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So, as Antonio said, my name is Anne Grady. I'm a seconded national expert from the National Museum of Ireland. And I've worked with the European Commission for a number of years. And I'm now working as a seconded expert with the Culture Committee of the Parliament. So if you could bring me on to my next slide, I would like to talk about the European Union's, please, yeah. the European Union's competence in relation to cultural heritage, it very much lies with the member states. So what does the European Union do? Well, it assists and complements the actions of the member states in preserving and promoting Europe's wonderful cultural heritage. And it develops relevant policies and programs. And how does it do that? It supports and promotes policy collaboration between member states and stakeholders on cultural heritage by different programs such as the new European Bauhaus, Creative Europe, and Horizon Europe, and indeed the previous program, Horizon, as we're all familiar with. And this brings me neatly onto my next slide. While I was with the Commission, under an earlier work plan for culture, I led a working group, open method of coordination working group. And this is where 23 member states nominated experts from ministries, agencies, boards, from tourism and from culture. And we also had Iceland on board. We gathered together 27 case studies. And I think it's an interesting fact that 16 member states have 10 or more UNESCO World Heritage Sites. And that's a quite significant fact. Rodrigo earlier talked about the economic facts and figures. We have 7.7 million people employed in cultural activities across the EU. And there's 2.72 billion nights spent in the EU tourism accommodation sector. So that's quite substantial when you're taking the whole economic area. But on the sustainable cultural tourism, I said we'd pull together 27 case studies. On my next slide, I'd like to talk about Unstuhnköker, the horse fishers, and they're mainly horse fishermen. And Unstuhnköker is between halfway point between Ostend and Dunkirk. And it involves shrimp fishing on horseback, and it's a tradition spanning over 500 years and really involves about 12 families. And it's added to the Intangible Cultural Heritage Humanity in December 2013 by UNESCO. It plays a central role in the whole area, both on social and cultural events. And there's a shrimp festival over 2 days, which is at the end of this June, which attracts over 10,000 visitors just to that festival alone. And it also attracts visitors when they participate in the shrimp fishing twice a week. But there's a real focus on shared cultural values and mutual independence. And they're passing their knowledge of net making, net repairs, and the whole knowledge about tides and currents to the next generation. So there's also an educational element to this. And on to my next slide. While we were looking at the area of sustainable cultural tourism, our members of the group found out there is no definition of sustainable cultural tourism. So we made one. We drafted a definition, and this is on the next slide, please, Antonio. And it's sustainable cultural tourism is the integrated management of cultural heritage and tourism activities in conjunction with the local community. That's really, really important. It creates social, environmental, and economic benefits for all stakeholders. And why do we do this? It's to achieve tangible and intangible cultural heritage conservation, safeguarding, and sustainable tourism development. And my next slide, please. So following on from the report on sustainable cultural tourism, a study was conducted, and Rodrigo alluded to this as well, about carrying capacity at sensitive cultural heritage sites. And there's been a dramatic tourism growth, particularly since post-COVID, and some people call it post-COVID revenge. But this study looks at improving awareness and communication. How can we examine distribution of visitor flows? How can we improve infrastructure such as waste management practices, sustainable transportation? And should we, how do we limit access to the sites? And I do provide a link to all these studies and reports at the end of my slides, which I hope Antonia will share afterwards. So bringing me on to the next slide, please. I also led an open method coordination working group on cultural heritage and climate change. And here we had member states and associated countries, and they appointed experts from ministries, institutions, boards and agencies. We had 55 experts from 28 countries, and we met over 18 months. And we included, as I say, 25 member states, plus Norway, Switzerland and Iceland, and a very enthusiastic group of people led by Dr. Johanna Leisner. She was the chair of the group. So my next slide, please. So the title of our report on this one is Strengthening Cultural Heritage Resilience for Climate Change. And the mandate, quite a long mandate, but it's particularly linked to the SDG 13, Take Urgent Action to Combat Climate Change and its Impacts. And on the next slide, you'll see the objectives of this group is to identify and exchange good practices. We're going to share knowledge, innovative measures for the protection of cultural heritage. And this includes both the tangible and intangible. We looked at the current and emerging threats and impacts of climate on heritage, but we also looked at what we can learn from cultural heritage in combating the crisis. What inspiration can we get in line with the European Green Deal's goals? So my next slide, we've thought long and hard about what should we put on the cover of our report, and we selected the Acropolis in snow. Rarely ever do you see the Acropolis under snow. We thought it delivered a very, very strong message. And this brings me on to the next slide, where we had and collected 83 case studies from 25 countries. And most of these case studies, best practice, relate to tangible cultural heritage. There's a focus on sustainability and safeguarding, but the case studies, about a third of them are research projects. And the key points, we know cultural heritage is threatened by climate change, but it also offers solutions and inspiration to the crisis. And many traditional buildings, and not all, we accept not all, but many are sustainable and climate friendly. And it's more climate friendly to upgrade, repair, than to demolish and rebuild. Also, research and innovation is important, and that's what we're discussing here today. And continuous monitoring and maintenance is vital as well. So my next slide, I want to talk about 3 different case studies, very, very briefly. Belgium, and this is the development of policy tools handled by the Flanders Heritage Agency. And they looked at sustainably regenerating and reusing existing buildings, historic places and materials. They're defining the role of heritage in the circular economy and how to improve energy efficiency in historic buildings without damaging the fabric of the buildings. They produced a policy, and they've also produced a manual for the owners of heritage buildings. And that, again, is illustrated with case studies and concentrates on energy efficiency, particularly in the traditional houses in Flanders. And my next slide is about a case study in Estonia. And this is the establishment of 3 network of information centres throughout Estonia. And it looks at the conservation of historic buildings and surroundings. But they're also disseminating and sharing information about sustainable renovation. And there's a focus on traditional building techniques and natural and local materials. And they're promoting the reuse of building materials as part of the circular economy, with an emphasis on eco-friendly materials and research. So my next slide is Ireland, the southwest of Ireland. And this is a site in the Atlantic. It's 13 kilometres off the coast. It suffers terribly from raising sea levels and heavy rainfall. It's a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and it was used for 2 films, 2 Star Wars films, indeed. And what the Office of Public Works has done, the national agency dealing with the site, they have introduced a 10-year management plan, and they've worked with the stakeholders and the local community in how to protect the site and how to protect it from being over tourism. They've also conducted a climate vulnerability assessment, and again, they've included all the stakeholders. But very importantly, this site is the only site in Europe that's been selected for the Preserving Legacies and Future for Our Past, a research project being conducted by ICOMOS. The only one in Europe. The 2 lead sites of that project are Petra in Jordan and the Rice Terraces in the Philippines. So my next slide, please. So in summary, the data we have is mostly on immovable heritage. And even at that, there's a lack of qualitative and quantitative data. And there's very little information about climate change and intangible heritage. We know heritage has been damaged by severe precipitation, mainly floods, heat waves and droughts, and sea level rise. We produced 10 succinct and concise recommendations, and I've just given 2 there. There's a requirement for cooperation at all levels, to have a structural cooperation. And also national and regional authorities should be involved in this fight against climate change and its impact on heritage. They should initiate training programs, invest and incentivise. So my next slide, please. One of the things about the mandate is about awareness raising. So there's been an unprecedented interest in this particular report. There's been presentations throughout the EU and beyond, COP26, and this is the only OMC report ever to be presented to the Cult Committee of the European Parliament. There's also a huge interest from the United States, the National Park Service, the British Museum, the World Tourism Association of Cultural Heritage, which is holding a conference in Johannesburg in South Africa this year. So my next slide is a quotation actually from the report itself. Historic buildings, settlements and cultural landscapes together with traditional knowledge are an inspiration in terms of sustainable living, the circular economy and resource efficiency. And why are we doing this? We're doing it to safeguard heritage for future generations. So my next slide is the links to all the reports that I've mentioned, particularly the 2 reports and other documents that you might find of interest and relevant. The next slide, Antonia, please. And I have asked Antonia to share my presentation after the conference for anybody who's got an interest and who wants to research further. And I'm asking people also to have a look at the 83 case studies because there's a wealth of knowledge there. And there's also contacts and links for further information. Thank you.
Do you hear me? Okay, thank you, Anne.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And actually, also your presentation was very, very useful for our consortium with many examples. And also the Be.CULTOUR project has gone into this direction. And we really hope that the Be.CULTOUR results will be useful. So we will continue working actually to make these results useful for more and more communities in Europe. And it was also a long journey of experimentation, of learning, of knowledge sharing between so many organizations. I'm really sure that we will continue giving a contribution in our capacity and with all our passion, let's say, for cultural heritage that we share with
That's
all
really,
you all.
really positive to hear. Thank you, Antonio. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I think we are concluding now this session. And again, I thank very much Rodrigo Martin Galan, Cristina Sarvani, and Kirsti Alamutka, and Anne Gradi for your interventions, for being with us and supporting the project. And now I will give the floor to Professor Luigi Fusco Girard, who is Emeritus Professor at the University of Napoli Federico II and also Associate at the CNR IRIS. So is a very important professor for us and is my mentor actually, and also the mentor of many people in this room. So I'm really very, very glad to give him the floor. I will find your presentation. Give me just 1 minute. Acceso il microfono? Okay, so the microphone should be on. So Professor Fusco Girard, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much to you all. My presentation, okay. The research Be.CULTOUR is characterized by a general goal that is to move beyond tourism, conventional tourism, through a long-term horizon, through the human-centered approach, and with the effort to enhance also not only the tools, the instruments, the technical tools, financial, economic, business model and so on, but also to go beyond these technical aspects and stressing the role of culture. The title of this meeting is about beautiful, circular, and human tourism. Why I underline this? Because this title evokes exactly the new European Bauhaus perspective that is centered on sustainability, inclusion, and beauty. Tourism, cultural tourism, is not only an experience linked to the consumption of a specific site, characteristics, and so on, but it is an experience to learn. It's an experience to interpret values, signals, tangible, intangible elements, and values. Thus, is a tool for understanding the spirit of a site, the soul of a site, its way of living, its behavior norms, its culture, in one term. And this means to go beyond the current conventional approaches in tourism sectors towards a new economic approach in which the attention is not only about prices and costs, but also about the reduction of entropy, the new metabolism, the self-organization capacity, the symbiosis, the complexity, and the place production. In my opinion, why this is very important. It is very important, this Horizon 2020 research. And why I am very happy of the conclusion of this experience, very good experience. Why? Because in particular, in southern Italy, in Mezzogiorno, but not only in Mezzogiorno, also in Spain, in Greece, there is still an approach towards the 5 stars touristic investments. That is a contradiction, a paradox, because of the coming impacts in the medium and long terms. It is important to stress that the Be.CULTOUR research has the goal to revitalize many rural areas without these great investments, but with attention to little towns, to little villages, that are losing population, young people in particular, activities and so on. An example is about the cultural roots that can be strongly reinforced through the outcomes of this research. It is important because it promotes the regeneration of the agricultural inner areas, avoid many kind of waste that could be. It is important because it goes beyond the only economical, technological, and financial tool, proposing a culture of cooperation and care. A culture of cooperation and care. The success of these proposals is linked to the capacity to imitate, to mimic natural ecosystems, which is the characteristic of natural life of ecosystem. 3 characteristics. The capacity to adapt in the time. The capacity to remember this adaptation through the ecosystem memory, and the capacity to learn from adaptivity experiments. These are 3 elements that should be emphasized. Imitated nature, circular cultural tourism become effective, sustainable proposal. Avoiding the paradox that we know very well. I remember that in 2006, Peter Naik and myself have edited a book about the tourism, the cultural tourism and the sustainability, in which we stressed all the paradox of the touristic economic sector. This is a very important experience that is able to go further, to transgress. Moving towards a win-win approach between tourists, local community, economic subjects, and so on, as the manifesto shows. I think that the CLIC research project was a good starting point for the implementation of this specific research about why? Because in CLIC there was the proposal that I see also here of the regenerative circular symbiotic ecosystems grounded on the autopoietic principle, regenerative principle, and symbiotic principle. In conclusion, we are here to understand which are the key outcomes of this research, which are the general unifying principle or ideas of this research, which are the innovation and also the recommendations that can be useful for transforming an excellence research into a useful because of operational activity. Operational means useful for the local institution, for the local entrepreneurs, for the local society. Going beyond means to become able to go beyond limits, beyond borders, frontiers, conventions. Going beyond means to transgredior. Transgredior is a Latin verb. To become a transgressor, able to make a transgression. Ecco, in my conclusion, in my point of view, is that Be.CULTOUR is able to go beyond, is able to transgress conventional approaches in tourism regeneration in areas, as the manifesto proposal can clearly show. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Fusco Girard.
5 minuti,
That was stunning, your timing. Thank you so much. So we will have time to discuss together during the break, but also at the end of this day. So if you have any question also from the public who is connected online, please share it in the chat. And also from the public that we have here in Napoli. So if you want to join the conversation, of course, we will have then another day tomorrow together to present all the results of the project. So now I'm going to give an overview of the results of the Be.CULTOUR project. And let me share the screen again. Just one moment. Mm-hmm. Okay, so it should be working. Okay, so I'm giving an overview and let's say a spoiler of what will come in the next hours and tomorrow of the results of the Be.CULTOUR project from where we started with the principles and ideas and approaches that we were defining together with the consortium to the actual results in the 6 pilot regions, pilot heritage sites that have been involved, but also in more than 15 mirror ecosystems. Thank you. So, as said, but I just repeat it for those who eventually are looking at the project for the first time, the Be.CULTOUR project stands for Beyond Cultural Tourism, as also the previous speakers were highlighting. And we were focusing on local communities and heritage innovation networks as the real drivers of innovation and of tourism attractiveness focused on cultural heritage in the different regions that we have worked with. So this title expresses the goal to move beyond tourism as an objective. So we don't have really the number of tourists as an objective in those areas, but we have as an objective the cultural re-enlightenment, as I say, of the local communities, the engagement of people, of different organizations that are able to take care of cultural heritage and to recognize the values of heritage. And we are talking about not only material heritage, tangible heritage, but also intangible and also natural heritage. So the focus of the project is also cultural landscape, which is a cultural and natural element that should be valorized and should be recognized, first of all, within the communities to become the real driver of cultural tourism attractiveness. I was particularly appreciating the new definition of what is cultural tourism that has been given by previous speakers, which is the management of cultural heritage and cultural landscape. And this is really the perspective of the Be.CULTOUR project. So we have worked in remote areas, peripheral, deindustrialized areas all over Europe to revitalize and to recognize these heritage values with the scope of enhancing the well-being, the resilience of those areas and regenerate natural and cultural values. The partnership is made of 16 partners from different countries, from 10 countries. But we have also built a large community that I will briefly share later, of organizations that have started working together and have agreed on several methodologies, principles, and approaches and experimented together. I need to mention again the new European Bauhaus initiative, because this is like the ground of this project, and we have worked in line with the 3 pillars of the new European Bauhaus initiative: sustainable, beautiful, and together. So the participation, the engagement of communities of people in becoming the advocates for cultural heritage, and the beauty, which is not only like an ideal beauty, but it is strictly connected to the integrity of the environment, the integrity of ecosystems and nature. So we intend beauty as the quality of the landscape, which can be perceived by every people. And sustainability. So we adopted the approach of circular economy in tourism, which means to lower and ideally avoid completely the negative impacts of tourism in some destinations which can be fragile. And we see more and more the growth of tourism worldwide and mass tourism flows that can put in danger, can threaten cultural heritage, but also the communities. We have several examples, and in Italy especially, we have Venice, Florence, many cities that are suffering from the over-tourism. And on the other side, there are some other areas which are so rich in cultural and natural values, but less accessible, less touristic, let's say, that can still help to rebalance these flows, these tourism flows, and to become a new attractors for a certain type of cultural tourism. So we are not talking about the stop and go tourism, but we are talking about a particular type of tourism which is made by people interested in culture, in communities, in relationships, and in discovering really the treasures that we have all over Europe in many different areas. So the Be.CULTOUR project is grounded on 3 pillars. The first is environmental regeneration. The second is the human-centered approach, which focuses on relationships, on community well-being, on fairness, inclusion, and equality, human rights, and also the capacity of becoming entrepreneurs in the local community. And of course, the cultural experience, which is the main motivation for cultural tourism. And we have discovered many different sub-motivations linked to culture that identify niche of visitors that can become more and more interesting for those areas who have a lot to offer, but less attractiveness in terms of tourism destination. So the Be.CULTOUR project has then worked on these main pillars to develop an evaluation framework that can support the evaluation of the success. So which is the success of a circular and cultural destination? The success is, can be defined through many criteria and many dimensions. We have a human and social pillar, let's say the human and social capital that can be regenerated and enhanced through cultural tourism in those remote areas. Economic dimension, institutional dimension, environmental dimension, and man-made and intangible cultural capital. And of course, the cultural, I was not able to see. This framework and this dashboard of indicators and criteria is able to support communities and has been tested, so some of the speakers later will talk more about this, will support the communities to understand what is the success of a destination. So this is not only in the numbers or in the economic growth, but also, for example, on the heritage and landscape reuse. So when we have heritage areas and landscape areas which were abandoned, and through cultural tourism we are able to regenerate and recover those areas and sites, then we can say that it is a success. So it depends on the point of view. And what we have tried to do with the Be.CULTOUR project and collaborating through many different communities is to change this point of view and to identify our success in a more human-centered, circular, and sustainable way. The methodology of the project has started with the understanding of the real conditions in the areas that were involved in the project. So we had an exploration phase in the entire first year of the project. And then we worked with local communities in 6 pilot areas to develop action plans, strategic actions, and also concepts for new products and services in those areas that could support the cultural regeneration and the attractiveness for cultural tourism. So we have defined together with different stakeholders and innovators the strategies for the development of those areas and the new products and services. And then in the second part of the project, we have implemented those strategies. So what we have defined as not really be only on paper, but we have implemented those actions and co-developed the innovative solutions that will be all presented in the next sessions today and tomorrow. So I'm also happy to see the results and the conclusion of so much effort and so much work and so much passion by really many different people all over Europe. And for this, I'm very grateful to all the partners and people involved in different ways in these activities. And finally, the last part of the project is the deployment phase, in which we have seen how those products, those services, those strategies have really worked, or what should be changed, what should be readapted to reach the objectives that the communities had posed to themselves. So the community of practice of the project is made by the 6 pilot heritage sites. I will briefly mention them, and then we will have also this dedicated session tomorrow with led by ICLE Europe. We have the region Basilicata in Italy, the rural region of Larnaca in Cyprus, the Aragon region with the province of Teruel in Spain, and particularly the cultural park of the Rio Martin. The region Västra Jutland in Sweden with some rural villages which entail industrial heritage. The area of Vojvodina in Serbia with some of the villages, historic cultural villages. And the area at the cross border of Northeast Romania and Moldova, in which we have developed together cultural route. So I'm just going briefly into some of the results, but this is just really a little spoiler, because you will see everything in detail in the next hours and days. In the Vulture Alto Bradano area in Basilicata, we have worked to valorize the natural values and also the cultural values, adopting an approach of innovation areas of the project, which is the contemporary meaning of heritage, which means reinterpreting cultural heritage values in a modern way, also giving it new meaning in a contemporary world. And in this sense, also digital tools and virtual reality, unconventional storytelling has been developed in this region. For example, yesterday, just yesterday, we had a meeting, a final conclusive conference in Basilicata region, which was focused, here is in Italian, but I will translate, which was focused on video games for the promotion of cultural heritage. And here in this region have been developed a couple of games on Roblox and Minecraft, which tell the story of the region, and which help also the young generations to enter into the cultural values, to learn and to have an educational experience, but playing. So this was a very interesting result that will be presented then tomorrow by the representatives of the region. And also many other activities, because we have also worked on slow tourism, slow mobility, and many other things that I am not able to express now, because it's so much that I need to cut a little bit, but it will be explained tomorrow. Then we are here in Cyprus, in Larnaca rural cultural landscape, and here we have worked on innovation area of rural co-living, so the promotion of authentic rural experiences in traditional cultural landscapes. So here we have seen the organization of many activities with the local communities, with local innovators. I have put here just a couple of the activities done, the Renaissance Festival and the Needle Festival organized by the partners together with the local innovators. But also, very importantly, we have had a meeting, a roundtable just in May this month on the role of cultural landscape as a powerful factor in the development of sustainable tourism and the circular economy. So in this roundtable have participated the Deputy Ministry of Culture, the Deputy Ministry of Tourism, Department of Town Planning, UNESCO Committee, ICOMOS, so really a lot of stakeholders stakeholders at local level, that at national level, that have committed to a document that we are going to present later. Then here we go to Spain, to the cultural park of the Rio Martin in the province of Teruel, and together with our partners, we have developed the innovation area of nature as heritage. So the importance of nature, natural values, as a real heritage to be preserved, and that can become an attractive factors. Focusing on local biodiversity, local products, geological areas, all aspects that linked to the landscape here also, that can become really interesting for a certain type of tourist that is interesting in something that goes beyond the usual visit to a place, but wants to find innovative and alternative experiences. Here I think I show some of the pictures that we have received by one of the innovators that is also present in Napoli. Regarding the activities of recovering the tradition of dry stone wall making, which is a UNESCO World Heritage, intangible heritage. So the art of dry stone walls has been included in the UNESCO list of intangible heritage as one technique, traditional technique that helps forming the cultural landscape of many different areas in Europe, especially in the Mediterranean, but not only. So this technique is also used since millennia in many continents all over the earth. It is very important for the local communities also to relearn and to avoid that we are missing and losing this capacity of maintaining the landscape in harmony with nature. And here also we see that the hand of man is not detrimental to the landscape, but it is an added value. So it's a synergy between people and nature. So we have worked together with those communities, and we will see some of the results. Then here we pass to Sweden in Forsvik and Ridal industrial heritage sites in the Västra Jutland region. Here we have worked on the industrial heritage experience and again to valorize industrial heritage as one of the examples and symbols of human creativity, and especially in Europe. And the museums in those villages, but also with the connection with other transfer regions that were focused on industrial heritage. So we have visited the Herlen Parkstad Limburg area, which is ex-coal mining area, and we have worked together with other communities to learn how to valorize this industrial heritage. Finally, the last two regions are Serbia and Romania, Moldova. So in Serbia, we have focused on sensorial heritage experience, still valorizing the cultural heritage and especially the local products and the local gems, say the precious heritage, tangible and intangible, through the five senses. So a sensorial experience that was, for example, just an example, expressed through the project of Batch by Touch. So, but there are many other activities that our partners in Serbia have implemented, which will be presented tomorrow. And yes, this is the symbol of touch, Batch by Touch, but just not to focus on only one, but really many innovators and many stakeholders and the municipalities involved have worked really a lot and very well to implement those strategies for circular sustainable cultural tourism. Finally, in the area of Northeast Romania and Moldova, two of our partners have worked in synergy in this cross-border region to build a new cultural route, the route of Stefan the Great. Here we have worked on a spiritual travel experience, but in general on an alternative experience which puts together alternative sites to be visited, and also with a focus on circularity and on the capacity of not being impactful on the communities. I've put here some pictures of the National Conference on Circular Economy that was organized by one of our partners in Moldova, but also you see here the cultural route with the around 20 cultural heritage sites in the cross-border area. And actually there is also an idea or a plan, let's say, to continue this route between Romania, Moldova and Ukraine. So this is just in the plans, and we will see if this can go on. Also, it was organized the Tourism Gala by our partners in Romania. So many different activities that really have the focus of involving more and more the communities. So I'm going to quickly go to the conclusions, but still I need to mention the large community that has been created through the project. We have done a call for interest in the first year of the project, and many organizations all over Europe, more than 70 organizations have worked, have applied for the call, and we couldn't select all, but we have selected at least 6 mirror ecosystem, mirror innovation areas, with also 3 advisors of the project, advisor organizations that have a large knowledge on the circular economy and cultural heritage, that have been working with us for the next 3 years. And you see that are many different type of stakeholders, regional governments, municipalities, but also development agencies, tourism agencies, and civil society and academia. So this is a really large community who has met several times in person and online, and through which we have developed also recommendations, and we have identified, let's say, the barriers to the development of cultural circular tourism. So the results that we have come really from a large collaboration network and many activities done together. Many fails, but also some success. For this reason, I think that the results of the project are really realistic. So it's something that even small communities with less capacity, with less knowledge, are able to implement through the methodology that we have experimented. So we have developed co-creation tools, action plans, partnerships, also financing instruments, data management tools, in an international network and a learning platform which has worked and will hopefully continue working together. Circular business models and impact assessment tools. Just to give you some figures, we have developed 6 action plans with more than 150 stakeholders in the 6 regions, 18 workshops and 6 final events sharing the results. 6 international courses for innovators and 1 hackathon of 3 days in Brussels, led by ISHEC Management School, our partner. 19 innovative solutions developed, which went through a mentoring program, an acceleration program, and some of them will be presented tomorrow with all the products that they were able to experiment and to test during the project. A pledge for impact, a platform Investire Sostenibile, which has selected the 7 socially oriented startups who were incubated at national level in Italy, but it is projected to expand also in other countries. And this is a fund that can be accessed by small enterprises, startups that seek for impact investment funding and financing. An international community with more than 40 European organizations engaged between the pilots, the mirror regions, the partners of the project, and all organizations who have worked together with us. 6 chambers of commerce engaged in transferring the project methodology, who have implemented workshops together with other communities. So we're really trying to expand and to test more and more the methodology of the project to see how this can become like not a standard, but like a process that can be really implemented everywhere with every kind of community. 2 policy learning labs in person, which we had, one in Brussels and one in Italy, in Sicily region, in Sciacca. So this is just some of the results, okay, of this project. And again, I'm really grateful and thankful to all the partners who were able to implement so much and to work so much together to reach those impressive results. I would like to briefly mention also the webinar series on 9 hot topics on cultural and circular tourism today, with many other organizations who were joining as speakers, telling their story and sharing knowledge. And this is available for everyone on the Be.CULTOUR website. So you can look back at those webinars if you want to have insights on some of those topics. So this is like also a learning platform for our public, for all the stakeholders all over Europe that want to learn and want to know more about the difficulties, the success, the approaches and methodologies that we have discussed during those 3 years. Finally, I will conclude with this manifesto that we were preparing with some of the partners, and today we are really pleased to propose this reading, let's say, to all of you participating. And this is an initiative that was carried out with some of the partners, especially in Cyprus, where we had a meeting, this roundtable meeting with many organizations to build this final manifesto, which includes 10 principles for circular and cultural sustainable tourism. Yeah, it is clear to see the principles go from the promotion, let's say the regeneration, of cultural landscape, traditional knowledge, circular business models, entrepreneurships, multi-level governance arrangement. And I'll stop here just because you will have the document to read. And this is also our call to action for all the partners and for all the members of the Be.CULTOUR community to read the document and to eventually join us in adopting this document, which was launched in Cyprus, in Larnaca. But it is something that we want to share with the entire community. We have also some spin-off projects. One is Trace, which includes 100 European SMEs for the transition towards circular tourism, but this is not the only project. So all of the partners are continuing working and are really applying for many other calls and many collaboration projects. Some of them are already funded. We have in Italy 2 national researches approved by the Ministry of Culture and Education, the PRIN national research projects, which are linked to our Horizon research and to bring those results at the national level more and more operationally. So really the results are, it's really hard to pack in few minutes all the results of the project, but I hope that I was enough synthetic for you, not too long. And now I thank you very much for the attention. And thank you so much. So now, whatever question or comment, we have the final session to discuss of today, and then we have the day of tomorrow. Then, now I would call for a small break, okay, because we are going a little bit long, but we are still more or less in the timing. So we will take a break of 10-15 minutes, okay, to take a coffee also for the people online. So let's take a refresh. Okay, I see someone with a coffee, so it's good for you. So we will stop for a few minutes and we will come back later. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome back. For the people joining online, okay. I see the speakers of the next session. Hello, Maurice. Hello, Ineke. I think we have also Henk Scholten, Professor Scholten. So, okay, so we are going to start again. And next session will be chaired by Professor Maria Cerreta, professor at the University of Napoli, Federico II. So I will disappear and I will give the floor to Maria to introduce the next session and speakers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Antonia, and thank you to each one of you. It's a very pleasure to introduce this session that is so rich of different relevant speakers that identify some also different point of view related to cultural heritage and especially to cultural tourism, according also to a perspective that is related to assessment, considering a multidimensional perspective of assessment. We will start with Pasquale De Toro, that is a professor in our university, Federico II of Naples, Department of Architecture, that introduce a topic that is related to our contribution as a department in the Be.CULTOUR process, considering especially the evaluation framework, considering the different dimension of related to Be.CULTOUR, but also the specific attention to the dashboard that was introduced by Antonia Gravagnuolo in the first part of the conference. The title of Pasquale is Evaluation Framework for Circular Cultural Tourism, Criteria and Indicators to Assess the Performance of Circular Destination. Thank you so much, Pasquale. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Maria. I try to share my presentation here, I think, and this one. Okay. Good. Okay, and this presentation, it's on not only by me, of course, but also I'm speaking on behalf of Maria Cerreta, our chair, and then Martina Bosone, Francesca Buglione, Ludovica La Rocca, and Antonia Gravagnuolo, of course, and the last but not least, Luigi Fusco Girard. So our group about the Department of Architecture of the University of Naples and the CNR, the National Research Center here in Italy and in Naples in particular. So what are the objectives of our presentation, of our work? The first objective is related to support stakeholders and decision makers to take effective choice towards sustainable regional development through cultural tourism. The second one is related, let's say, to environmental issues. So energy, water, soil, materials, biodiversity, production, reduce of waste and CO2. But also this is very important. It aims at the integration to hold this aspect to cultural and intangible values. And in this sense, there is some aspect related to circular economy and the recovery, reuse, and regeneration of cultural heritage. The third one of these objectives is related to the assessment of impacts of sustainable and circular cultural tourism. And I think I'm going to speak more about this topic at a local level through multidimensional quantitative and qualitative indicators, also considering the visualization of some indicators in some GIS approaches. And the fourth objective is related to a co-test evaluation of this framework, this evaluation framework in pilot mirrors of these projects. Okay, here we can see what are the aspects we have considered, so the human-centered perspective, but I think that Antonia has already talked about this. and the circular economy model in this perspective I spoke before, so not only related to the traditional environmental questions, but the integration with cultural heritage and cultural tourism. We have also considered this idea of urban metabolism, of course, talking about new kinds of flows within the cities, and of course, the concept of sustainable cultural tourism. Here, if it works, okay? Here we have some sources we have considered. So I can tell you that you are going to see some criteria, indicators that we are proposing in our project, but of course, not all, they are not all news. So we have tried to consider some reports, scientific literature, and so on. So some indicators are, of course, are referring to this literature, but we have also elaborated by ourselves some indicators. And here we can say the concept of urban metabolism. I have mentioned before. Considering this case, also environmental resources and tangible and intangible human and social capital. And the results of all these is to provide decision makers and stakeholders a better understanding of diverse flow of intangible and intangible resources, supporting more effective decisions towards sustainable development and circular and human-centered cultural tourism destinations. And two concepts are very important that we have considered, that are self-assessment and co-evaluation. What is self-assessment? Self-assessment involves an internal evaluation process undertaken by individuals responsible for implementing the strategies. And the co-evaluation is related to a multi-actor process. So it's an evaluation that involves many actors, many social actors, many stakeholders, many parties. And the indicators and the approaches that we are going to propose are related to these key concepts of self-assessment and co-evaluation. Okay, this is the path that we have followed in our research. So starting from the selection of the different indicators to going to the target in the identification, to the data collection using some tools that we suggest, special data visualization, the reference to GIS I mentioned before, data monitoring in short and long term, data analysis, and sustainable tourism strategy identification. Okay. I don't know if we can see something, but we have considered different dimensions. So cultural dimension, environmental dimension, economic dimension, human and social dimension, man-made dimension, and institutional dimensions. For each of these dimensions, this is just an example of the first one, and it's not the matrix complete, of course. We have identified different criteria and different indicators. So you can see in the column the criteria, in this case, just the first one, cultural heritage appreciation. And we have also written a criteria description, just to understand what we mean about this name of the different criteria. That we have some criteria and indicators. As you can see, For each criterion, you can have different sub-criteria, and for each sub-criterion, you can have different indicators. We have associated to the different indicators the unit of measurement, and there are also the suggestion to how to measure these indicators. So how to carry out a data collection, who are the targets, and so on. So everything is here. You can just use what we suggest. Of course, we have to consider one thing, that not in all the cases you can collect all the data. So there are some specificities in which maybe some indicators are not right, are not useful, and of course you cannot consider them. But if you are considering them because you think they are important, we suggest the unit of measurement and also how to collect the data. Sometimes you have to collect the data because they are the different institutional sources. Sometimes you have to let's say, construct the data by yourself. Okay, maybe in the report, Antonia, we can, have everything, and each of them can check all the indicators of all the different criteria. Okay, Antonia maybe already showed this, and these are the dimensions, and these are the criteria. For instance, we saw before only the first one, cultural heritage appreciation, but you can see that we have also cultural vibrancy, cultural digital use for this dimension, and of course different indicators, and these are all the criteria we have considered, and then we have of course also some sub-criteria. Okay, these are some examples. This is the examples of cultural dimension, and here you can see the hierarchy. We have stopped to the unit of measurement. These one are related to the environmental dimension, to the human and social dimension, to the economic dimension, to the man-made dimension, and to the institutional dimension. Then we have the targets, and in this case you can see that the targets are, for instance, local cultural sites, the visitors, the residents, the local government, the tourism enterprises, and so on. But what is important, it's not only the identification of the targets, but this one we have also associated to each target some way to collect the data. So, for instance, we can have some survey or checklists or a mapping activities and so on. But as I said before, for each indicators, we suggest something for collecting the data. These are examples. You can see that maybe we have some questions, but we have also the way in which we can respond to these questions. Okay, so I think that they can be considered, our suggestions, I mean, some guidelines for each case study. And this is the example of visualization. Maybe not all in the data can be, let's say, can be different in the territory. Sometimes we have some data that refers to a neighborhood or refers to the municipality, the whole territory of the municipality. Sometimes we can have a very specific information. And in this case, a GIS visualization could be very, very useful, because using the GIS, we can support decision makers, but also stakeholders to doing very well their task. And sometimes we have 2D dimensions, as in this case. I mean, it's just a plan, a map of a plan, but sometimes you can have also the third dimension. Consider, for instance, the height of building or the morphology of a territory. And I think it's very important that sometimes we can try to do some overlapping of the map, so using multi-criteria methods in GIS itself for doing better decisions. So these are some examples. These are related to trees, for instance. These are related to cultural heritage, and so on. I'm not going to, let's say, speak too much about this. Let's say another one, also related to the green areas, and all these data are referring to the municipality of Venosa in Basilicata region here in Italy. And as you can see, we have used QGIS. QGIS, as you know, is a free GIS, so everything can use, and everyone can have access to the information. Okay, this is another one about the buildings. And I think, just to finish my presentation, that I can say that we have tested this framework, these indicators, in the case of Shaka. Okay, Shaka is a mirror of our project, very, very interesting. Is related to, as you can see, to the Museo di Fusco. I can, maybe in English, spread the museum. I try to translate it, which is an open air museum where the collection are the products and beauties of the area. And this is very interesting, a very nice experience in Sicily, and they have tried to collect all not all the data interesting for their case. And here I can show you, if it is working, some results. For instance, they have monitored 45 experimental tourism activities in the last 1 or 2 years. They have gained 9 national and international awards. They have reopened 30 abandoned cultural sites, and so on. So I think a very, very interesting initiative in a little village in southern Italy. So these are other different data. So it means that it is possible to populate the indicators that we propose. And this is my last slide. I think these are the conclusion. Maybe this came here. Look, this assessment framework which we propose represented the same monitoring tool for circular tourism destination. And we have considered the human-centered approach and urban metabolism. We can consider different stakeholders, and maybe in the different cases, we can also give different weights to the criteria, depending from the context. We have to collect data. Sometimes we already have some of them. Sometimes you have to build the data. Maybe sometimes it's difficult, but consider that you have to adapt the framework to your case, and sometimes it's not necessary that you have to have all the information, but the information you need. The digital tool is important. So for the co-evaluation and the co-design process I spoke before, and at the end, I invite all the pilot and mirror to test and validate this proposal. And I think this could be a very, very interesting and useful approach for cultural tourism results and experimentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pasquale. The proposal of the cultural dashboard could be interesting also because integrate different kind of knowledge and at the same time is able to identify a framework that is essential and very simple, able to select some indicators, but also to collect some data in different way. And so the interaction among the collection of data and the elaboration of indicators in a situated way could be really a useful tool for the different pilot cases of the Be.CULTOUR project. So we go to the next presentation that is related to Pieter Nijk and Karima Kurit of the Open University of the Netherlands. Their presentation has the title of Smart Data Management for Circular Cultural Tourism, Building a Digital Twin for Destination Management. And this presentation is particularly interesting because it introduces the identification of a digital tool as the digital twin as a decision support system for the elaboration of a cultural strategies related to situated pilot action. Thank you so much, Pieter Nijk.
Thank you very much, Maria. Let me begin by first thanking Antonia. I almost dare to say our Antonia, but thank you so much. You brought together not only an impressive number of people, but also an impressive volume of knowledge you have generated over these years. And I think we really ought to thank you. I would like to thank, of course, my good colleague and friend, Luigi Fusco Girard, who has been the author intellectualis of this whole conceptualization. So thank you very much, Luigi. And Pasquale has already given a very nice overview of where we are. So what I would like to do is a little bit improvisation. I have some 40 slides. I will not discuss them all in detail, but I just will pick out a few things. But I will start with a few personal observations. It's about 40 years ago that I was speaking for the first time in this room. And when I was brought here by Luigi, about 40 years ago. And after these 40 years, you might say, well, why should I stand here again? Because there is a risk I might say the same as 40 years ago. And I can tell you that is not the case, because things have changed. 40 years ago, we were talking about the question, can we measure cultural heritage? And how should we measure it? And how can we deal with it? That is now a given. We have left behind all these issues. There's also another point. Our society, Western Europe certainly, has gone through a whole range of uncertainties, called by Ulrich Beck, the famous German philosopher, sociologist, the risk society. So we are not dealing with fixed, predetermined and predefined issues. They will be with us forever. Every few years, there is a new challenge. It could be a pandemic. It could be a war, unfortunately. It could be an economic crisis. All these things deeply influence our views on the world and also our views on cultural heritage and cultural tourism. And on top of it, we have, of course, seen the deep influence of digital technology, which not only has led us to the construction of digital twins, which I will discuss in a minute, but also will have a deep impact on management of cultural issues in the future. So I think where we are now and the results we discuss today, tomorrow, is not the end of the story. It's the beginning of an ongoing evolution. And I'm sure if in 40 years' time we will meet again, that we will laugh about what we discussed today, and we'll have a completely different view on the future of cultural heritage, including cultural tourism. There's a final thing, which also was mentioned already a couple of times, also by the speakers online. Our view also on the management of cultural heritage is much less determined nowadays by purely economic considerations, like income, like investment, revenues, or like GDP. It was also mentioned the beyond GDP approach, including the more recent advances in the field of well-being, of happiness, and a recent concept developed by Karima Kutit, city love. So the production of love in a city, all these new elements, they come to the fore, and they will certainly have implications for where we are. And the new Bauhaus, which we maybe might appreciate, is again an intermediate step. We might, of course, say, well, we believe in beauty, but what is beauty? Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, and that is subjective. Sustainability, unity, togetherness, community, etc. All these elements. But there is a lot of, let's say, heterogeneity in our perception. And I will show in a minute also from some results from the surveys among the pilot studies, the enormous heterogeneity we observe in different parts of Europe. And I think that is a given. There is not a one European pathway. That's the way we should look into cultural heritage. I just happened to be over the weekend in Vienna, and I visited there the so-called 100 Wasser Museum. Some of you may have seen and may know the famous Austrian architect, urban planner, and artist 100 Wasser. Very interesting. He made an important statement if you enter the museum. A straight line is godless. He said everything is floating, everything is non-linear, etc. If you believe in a straight line as an architect, you can't believe in God, etc. He had a whole philosophical view, but his architecture is very interesting. The streets he has created, even the floors in the museum, they are not flat. They are like hills. You have to be careful not to stumble over all these hills, etc. But his view is life is highly non-linear. And that is the principle for any architect. So any straightforward thinking like we maximize income, in his view, is bound to fail. Okay, having said this, as a small introduction, the team we have been working on, here you have it. Different people, Karima here. Ineke van Iersel will also be online with us in a few minutes, and several others, and a whole group around that. So the main goal of Be.CULTOUR is something we have already extensively discussed. It's on human-centered innovations. It's about networks. It's on pilot regions and how can we share our experiences. So we have to look essentially for what I would call and what we have called the X factor. What is the unknown factor we have to know in order to better understand, plan, manage our cultural heritage? And in order to do so, you can speculate, you can become urban philosophers, but you can also become urban analysts. And that means that also you need to have data. And data are in fact the salmon through which we have to guarantee a proper management of our urban futures, including its cultural and historical heritage. That requires a whole series of steps in several of the deliverables we have produced for Be.CULTOUR, and which all of you can read, and they are all freely accessible, etc. You can read it in more detail, how we have composed some sort of a so-called decomposition approach, systematic, not too complicated, but step by step going into more depth, trying to maximize, you find it in the center here of the circle, XXQ. What is XXQ? Well, all of you know if you buy clothes, you can buy clothes which are S, you can buy clothes which are M, which is medium size, S is small size, and And X, of course, is bigger size, and XX is very big. And here, metaphorically, XXQ is the highest quality of life you can generate in cities, urban areas, in this case, in our pilot regions. So we try to systematize and bring together in the form of a well-structured data warehouse all the information which has been collected over the past 3 years. That is seemingly perhaps a little bit complicated, but there's a systematic logic through which you can test. You can, if you leave out certain things, what are you missing? You have internal factors, and you have external factors, of course, etc. Dealing with sustainability, inclusiveness, and other things. The architecture you also find in some of our deliverables. I'm not going to discuss this in more detail, but this is more or less the binding principle where we are. And what we have tried to do in the course of these 2 or 3 years with the fantastic support of Antonia, to look into 2 types of analytical contributions. First, so much work has been done by the pilot studies and also by the mirror region, but certainly by the pilot studies. Surveys have been held, and we have looked into the integrative perspective on these numerical databases, putting them together from the perspective of a data warehouse. That's number 1. Number 2, we have also tried to build a digital twin for one of the mirror regions in the southern part of the Netherlands. So very quickly, the more integrative analysis across all the Be.CULTOUR pilot regions. We have looked into the statistical analysis. We have developed a new type of social science methodology, which is called generalized Q analysis, in which we are able to pinpoint the different preferences of different stakeholders. Mind you, that's also what we found in each of the surveys in the pilot regions. There are tourists, there are daily visitors, there are residents, there are businessmen. And it is not logical to assume that all of them might have more or less the same perception or the same type of view on the future of one of these pilot regions. So we have tried to systematize this in a systematic data system, and we have used one of the multivariate techniques called generalized Q analysis to map out the different preferences and where more or less can we find a balanced perspective for each of the regions, knowing that the balanced perspectives for region A is not identical to the balanced perspective of region B. So that's also why we have to share our knowledge and learn from each other. Of course, there are investments involved and so on. So you also have to look into the question, how can we maximize the output with a minimum of efforts? Looking at it again from many perspectives. That's where we have tried to use one of the more modern techniques on generalized data development analysis, DEA analysis, and we use that whole software also to go through it. And some publications have already been made, and some others will come out soon. I will quickly, just to show you that the data handling is not an easy thing. And if the data handling is wrong, I can tell you all the results will be wrong and our recommendations will be wrong. So the data systematics, in our view, is absolutely essential. I just give you a very quick example. Here you have 8 structures in different pilot regions, Aragon, for instance, and what have you, many of them, Larnaca. Quite a lot of differences in terms of size, etc. We have social networks, we have Europeanization, we have travel experiences, we have sustainability, etc., etc. I just go quickly through it. We did a Q analysis just to find out what are the preferences of groups of stakeholders like visitors, businessmen, etc. Each of the regions. You can also read that in some of our reports. I'm not going to discuss all of the technicalities here, but everyone can do this and read it. As I mentioned before, we also are using some of the DEA analysis, looking to the question, a region has a set of inputs. It all comes together in the cultural, ecological ecosystem of a region. And at the end, there are some outputs, sometimes negative, sometimes positive. And as we know, sometimes the negatives are bothering us. Look into Venice, look into Barcelona, the the advent of Airbnb systems has meant, in many cases, almost a catastrophical development for the inner city. And we see nowadays that even during, and we are in the period of European elections, but I see already several groups asking the European Commission to have integral guidelines for the protection of inner cities in order to protect the cultural heritage against the free market mechanism, which has been instigated also by digital technology, in this case, Airbnb booking systems. So there's a whole range of new questions coming up. I just go quickly now to the next step, and that is, we also wanted to look more carefully into the question, if we take one given area, how can we handle the data so as to replicate and imitate the actual reality of a region, of a tourist area, or whatever. We have chosen here the region of Parkstad Heerlen in the southern part of Limburg. That southern part is one of the most popular tourist destinations of the country, apart from Amsterdam. In fact, this is number 2 in terms of overall popularity. Now, this region, and I think that is important also for our thinking in terms of the history of cultural heritage, has a very important history. And the storytelling of this region is important. The region, if you go there, in fact, has very many remainings from the Roman period. The Romans have created many remainings and many cultural elements, including infrastructure, fortifications, etc., etc. And you find that everywhere. So it's a typical old Roman type of region in the Netherlands. That's number 1. Then on top of it, the Romans disappeared at some stage. On top of it, you got the medieval period. And then you see totally different types of developments, like new nobility coming up, building big castles, showing their wealth in a very nice natural environment in the hills, the nice landscape in the southern part of the country, completely different architecture, built on top of the Roman heritage, essentially. So you get sort of a superposition of layers. And then at some stage, you got the mining area, because that part of the country had many coal mines. And it became by then almost the richest region in the whole country. The barons, they had big villas, castles all over. So you got a mining history on top of already 2 layers. And then 50 years ago, the government decided to stop all mining. We didn't need coal anymore because we had natural gas. Nowadays, we would look at it from a different perspective, but nevertheless, everything was closed almost overnight. 50,000 people lost their job in 2 years. 50,000. Enormous economic catastrophe, and then you see the 4th layer, the collapse of the region. Totally collapsed. And it still has nowadays the remainings. It's one of the least happy regions in the country, etc. But now you get the new step, which is layer number 5, which is the new revival model based on new Bauhaus principles and etc. But you need money, you need subsidy, but you also need the mindset of the people. So you get all these layers, and what we try to do is to build a digital twin as a, let's say, a visual replica of all these forces which are seen nowadays in one and the same city. But you have to identify them according to the different layers. And I think that was the great challenge of what we have done here, not only building a digital twin, but reflecting the different layers. So here you find these 5 different layers I've been talking about. The digital twin itself, some of you might think, well, a digital twin is a new miracle. All of us should have digital twins, and many cities invest lots of money to build digital twins. And it will easily cost you 1 or 2 million to build a sophisticated digital twin if you have no expertise. In a way, a digital twin is very, very simple, I can tell you. A digital twin is nothing else than a visualization, a three-dimensional visualization of all the characteristic elements of a given area, based on a systematic data warehouse where the data are systematically represented, collected, and can be digested, and based, of course, on advanced GIS technology. So in fact, what you see, a digital twin, is nothing else than a systematic data warehouse, an advanced GIS representation of reality, and a nice visualized three-dimensional presentation. That is very simple. Well, to do it is more complicated, but the principles are simple. And in fact, what we have tried to do during the different stages to look into the question, can a digital twin help us? And yes, it will help and it can help us. For those of you who would like to know more, there are many, many books, etc., articles. We also have written several articles. There's also the European Union data strategy, in which also the principles, the prerequisites, the conditions for a digital twin are clearly outlined. So it's not a new mythology, it's not a new miraculous instrument, but it needs a very careful consideration. And the problem is that in our cities, mayors have no idea. They think that's a miracle for urban planning. It's not, but it can be an important support tool if you know how the data are handled, how you use digital technology, and what kind of maps you can create looking into the different interests you would have for cultural heritage. So focus on digital twin. In our deliverable, which is available, you find all the elements and the key characteristics like precise mapping, a virtual real integration, intelligent feedback, safer, more efficient cities. All the elements have to be respected. I just go quickly through now the practical example. And one of our collaborators, Ineke, will in a minute continue from there. But here you have first a simple GIS map of the city of Heerlen. And then, of course, you can build it up. You can look into different perspectives. You cannot include everything. If you are interested in ecological heritage, you are more interested in green. So look into the green elements. You have to build a database for the green elements. If you're only interested in the Roman period, then you have to look into it from that perspective and what the Romans did in terms of three-dimensional modeling and architecture, etc. So it requires quite some creativeness and systematics in your thinking. That's the only secret for building a digital twin. And here we did all kinds of things, micro scale, macro scale, and that of course you can do for the whole area. And that means essentially, and that's our final lesson, the development of such a tool is a new thing, but it's not a miracle which will do the job. The human element and the sense of good management, history and culture, bringing together in a database, getting the digital information science expertise involved, I think is essential. Then we can also do some of the new tricks like geo-design, which nowadays is also very popular, the work of Carl Steinitz from Harvard and London, etc. Looking into the systematics where digital technology and geo-design can be combined. And gradually we are now working toward the next step, but that's beyond, unfortunately, beyond Be.CULTOUR, but looking into visualized virtual realities and augmented realities as a support tool for urban planning in the context of digital twins and, of course, the protection of cultural heritage. So Be.CULTOUR might be finished. The problems will not be finished. And there will be a need for ongoing reflection and operational contributions so as to protect cultural heritage. And I hope so much that all of us can work in one way or another together on a bright future for our cities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Peter Nykom, especially for your open perspective, because this is behind, but also is ongoing in order to identify in which way the digital tools could be relevant for the improving the interaction of human agent of different kind, and also to identify the opportunity to select the information that could be collected, considering the history of the process of especially the history of context, and also to identify in which way the elaboration of possible scenarios could be supported by tools like digital twins in order to assess the different kind of impact and select the best interesting perspective useful for the transformative strategies for cultural tourism, and not only. So also the interaction with geodesign of Professor Steinitz could be really interesting, especially because could be a way to activate a dialogue between different kind of approaches, is also to identify a way in which the perspective of planning, of assessment, and also of the different kind of technologies could be integrated in a common perspective. So thank you so much, really thank you. Now we have a presentation, online presentation, so I think it could be useful to, yes. Riesci a collegarlo?
Well, thank you for the introduction. Do you see my screen correctly?
I introduce the next presentation. We have Henk Scholte and Jank van Diersel of the University of Amsterdam. The title of your presentation is Towards a Digitally Transformed Society, Governance, Threats and Opportunities. Thank you so much, and the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. As Peter already introduced us, we work together creating the digital twin of Parkstad Heerlen, and I want to introduce you how we came to this digital twin, from the evolution of spatial information, from maps into digital twins. And we started this with a question: why would you go to Naples as a tourist, and what is driving you, and how can we quantify that? And also in Heerlen, why would you go there, and where would you go? And I hope you will see the red line through my presentation from the evolution towards a digitally transformed society, and how this could help with all the objectives that we have within this Be.CULTOUR project, such as community building, supporting stakeholders and decision makers, and the multidimensional quantitative and qualitative indicators. So let's start. We started with the maps in the 7th century. It became very important to have the spatial information to explore the world. I believe that the Netherlands would not have conquered that much sea and land without the maps. And with this new profession of map makers, there also started a new discussion about how to create a map. It was important to agree on different standards. How do we depict objects, and how can we combine different maps, such as a map from a map maker from Netherlands and someone from, for example, from Asia. And also the discussion arose: how can you depict the world, which is three-dimensional, into a two-dimensional map? And these discussions are still ongoing. And then we jump to the 20th century, when the abbreviation of GIS was introduced, and the real digitalization took place. With this digitalization, we had computers which could do the calculations and combining of all the maps and data for us. And with all this combination of data, we could create new insights and conclusions. And this was especially used for planning and business purposes. And then we jump to where we are right now with the digital twin. There's actually a step in between the spatial data infrastructure, which is very important, as Peter stressed it. The structured data is the beginning of the digital twin. It's a success or a failure if you have the good data or not. And if we agree on it, and I think in Europe we are already making big processes in this this could feed the digital twin. And digital twin aims to combine all the big data that we have nowadays and also simulate alternative plans for our society. And this digital twin is a big term. A lot of people, a broad term, different companies, different organizations use this term. And I want to start this presentation with our vision. We think you can have different layers of digital twins, different kind of stages, and it starts with the digital replica of the current state. You can visualize the buildings, the trees, the roads as they are right now, how you experience the world, also the touristic buildings. You can add the real-time insights from Internet of Things sensors on top of that. So you can monitor how many persons are inside a cultural heritage site, or are there parking spots available for new tourists to arrive. And you can also add modeling the data gaps. We are gathering a lot of data, but sometimes we miss a little bit, and with the digital twin we can fill those gaps. And with the fourth step, we are currently researching this, how we can simulate the behavior modeling. As I started the presentation with, why does a tourist behave as they want to, as they do, and how can you predict that? And this all adds to the objective to improve decision making, which was one of the objectives we heard from previous presentations. And a digital twin is demanding a lot. And I want to show you our architecture to show how we came to our digital twin, because it's not only the thing, the user interface that you see, it's not only the viewer, it's the whole concept behind it. And it all starts with the data engineering. You gather a lot of data, and sometimes you have to compress it or to fuse the data. You want to process it into a three-dimensional way. Sometimes you put machine learning or AI on top of it to create new data or create new, better insights. And we start with gathering the data with open data. We believe that we have a lot of key registries in the Netherlands, but also European data spaces. And besides that, you can use in-house data or gather data from the project. And all of these data is hosted on our platform. And I think that the security gateway is very important, because with the digital twin, you can combine a lot of data, and we want to use it for a good purpose, but there's also some people who wants to break it down or use the data for a worse purpose. So I think the security gateway is very important. And then you come to the last part of the user interface, and this could be a three-dimensional web viewer or a dashboard, or where you can integrate all the indicators that we saw from the different presentation we just saw. All indicators, you can put all them in top of the user interface. So that's a very flexible one. And this, I will show you which one we made. But I want to stress that the digital twin is demanding. The size is beyond your laptop. It's big data. The scale is to infinity, and you want to share it with everyone at all times. So it's definitely lives in the cloud. And it's we made this digital twin for the culture rather quickly, but it took us years from the concept to a digital twin, and I want to take you a little bit on this journey. So I hope do you see my slides, or do you see the journey now?
We see the journey.
Yeah, great, thank you for confirming. So to start with the concept which I show you, there are different kind of digital twins. The concept is very broad. You can have a digital replica. You can add real-time insight on top of it, and behavior modeling. And if we go to the next step, we start the digital twin projects always with a requirement analysis. Every project is different, and the concept, you should define what purpose the digital twin should serve, and how it should be designed. So that's why consultants and UX designers are involved in this stage. In the next stage, we do the data gathering. And as I told you, we start always with the key registries and the European data spaces, sometimes also the Earth observation data sets, to get a good start of the data. Then we can collect other data on top of it with field surveys, with sensors, with archives, etc. If you go to the next step, we really define the technical platform. This is the core of the digital twin, and it consists of different software components, such as the hosting and deployment, the security, and our platform is based on open source. So it's very flexible and can be adapted, and it's all open standards. This is because we want to be interoperable with other technologies. And we can have different kind of data and different kind of data storage, which fits the purpose at best. Then we have different kind of data management systems. Right now, we are very focusing on the metadata because you use a lot of data. It's important to know where the data come from and which is when it was updated. And we use the ISO standards for that. And currently with the Parkstad project, we are now looking at which analytical tools we can put on top of it. I think Anouk is also with us right now, and she's researching how she can put a model on top of our digital twin for the accessibility of the different touristical sites in Parkstad. And now you see my slides again, I guess. Then I can continue again. Thank you. So these are the different open source data infrastructure, how we made it. So there are different kind of building blocks and different kind of stages to create a digital twin. And I think in the Netherlands, we are not the only party doing this. There is national coordination of digital twinning. There are 2 strategic programs right now in the Netherlands. One is to create a good data foundation, so the different key registrations and the sharing of public and private data. And there is a program on the network of local digital twins, so all the different initiatives should be interoperable with each other and could be shareable. And I think in Europe we already make also big progress. As Peter already told you, a lot of cities are investing in creating an own digital twin. And I think in Europe, we are also agreeing on the different building blocks, how to create a digital twin, such as the base campus, with the terrain model, with the vegetation, the subsurface. And the geographical context is the right range. This is also a small example from Singapore. They digitalized their whole city, and it all starts with the visualization as the data as it is right now. So these are the buildings, and you can make them a little bit more how they look like in real life with the windows, etc. You can ask some different kind of information with the address, how many sunlight it gets, and then you get the layer on top of it. But you can do small calculations, such as which is the area of the roof, or maybe even the volume of the building. So these are all models you can put on top of calculations. I will just go quickly a little bit further in the video, because this is what I want to show you. I think the great advantage of a digital twin is also to model buildings that don't exist or right now, is under construction. And you can really get a feeling how it would be. Right now in Heerlen, there's also the development of a new biking route, and then you can sense what it would do to the region if you develop this new biking route. And then we come to our project, what can digital twin offer circular cultural tourism and cultural heritage? And I want to show you a small video of that.
How can digitalization help with sustainable tourism planning? I'm excited to introduce you to Box the Digital Twin and show how this helps tourism planning in the Netherlands. This powerful tool allows us to visualize and analyze both the challenges and opportunities within the tourism sector. By leveraging a digital twin, we can promote sustainable tourism, enabling data-driven decisions that enhance policy making and strategic planning. To foster sustainable tourism, understanding the current situation is crucial. The Box Digital Twin provides a comprehensive overview of existing conditions and facilitates scenario studies. These studies help us predict and evaluate the potential impacts of various policy decisions, ensuring that our strategies are effective and sustainable. This tool not only aids in immediate analysis, but also supports long-term planning for a more sustainable tourism sector. Creating a digital twin involves several key components: open data or shared data from various stakeholders, our robust technical platform, and through our research. The Box Digital Twin integrates those elements seamlessly, offering a dynamic and interactive platform for stakeholders. By using this tool, we can collaborate more effectively, share insights, and drive innovation in sustainable tourism practices. With comprehensive data at our fingertips, the possibility for enhancing tourism in a sustainable manner are endless. In summary, the Box Digital Twin is a solution for the tourism sector, enabling us to tackle challenges and seize opportunities with precision and foresight. I invite you to explore this tool further and consider how it can support your initiatives in promoting sustainable tourism. Together, we can make data-driven decisions that benefit both our environment and our economy.
Yeah, so this is a demonstration where we are right now. Today it's the final of the Be.CULTOUR project, but we will still continue to add different models on top of it to support stakeholders and decision makers. So I want to thank you for this time to show you where we are right now, and I'm happy to share the other results later.
Thank you so much, Ineke. It's very, very interesting, your presentation, also because it's a great demonstration in which way the digital twin can be implemented and used for support the decision-making process of different kind and at different level and scale. And also is useful to understand in which way the different kind of knowledge that we can collect, considering the different opportunities of data, could be useful to understand the specific situation of each context, and also to analyze the opportunity to manage the different data oriented to specific strategies for cultural heritage, but also for cultural tourism and integrated planning. So really thank you for your contribution. Now we have Maurice Declain. Sorry for my request, but I needed to ask for you to have us only 10 minutes for your presentation. It's a very strong request, but I hope that you can understand. Your contribution is on digital twin of Via Appia Antica from Basilicata to Lazio region in Italy, and Maurice Declain is from the Netherlands Science Center of the Free University of Amsterdam. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. You can hear me? Just to confirm? Okay, good. Thank you. So thank you first of all for this opportunity to present the research that we have been doing alongside the Via Appia near to Rome. And unfortunately, I could not make it to Napoli, but la prossima volta vengo a Napoli. So I will see you then next time. So what I want to do with the 10 minutes that I have is I want to present two things. I first of all want to present the archaeological research that we did alongside the Via Appia, and next I will be presenting a little bit about the virtual museum exhibition that we launched in Museum het Valkhof in Nijmegen in the Netherlands, and that we actually want to bring to Rome eventually. So I'm Maurice Declain. I'm a senior research software engineer at the Netherlands Science Center, and I'm also still affiliated as a researcher and university teacher at the Vrije Universiteit in Amsterdam. But this research that I'm presenting now is definitely a collaboration between other people, with other people. And one person that I want to mention in particularly is Krien Klevis. She is an artist and she actually helped in the development of the virtual museum, where actually the role of art in transmitting this transformative landscape and this dimension of change played a vital role. But let me first tell you a little bit more about the Netherlands e-Science Center. So the Netherlands e-Science Center is the research institute that is responsible, or that's actually responsible for the research software that we develop as researchers. So Dutch universities can work together with us, and we then create together with them the research software. And that allows us, the Dutch research community, to stay in the front. And we are also open for European collaboration in larger European grants and proposals as such. So that might be a follow-up to discuss later on. Well, let me first start to tell a little bit about the Via Appia Antica. Of course, I'm talking to Italians and people that know a lot about cultural heritage as well. So I will just keep it brief. So the Via Appia Antica runs from Rome all the way to Brindisi in the south, and it was erected in 312 before Christ. If you walk on this Via Appia nowadays, you see the result of a really complex layered landscape. So the Via Appia Antica had a really important economic purpose. It had an important military function to bring the troops all the way south to Brindisi. From there, the soldiers would go to Egypt and Greece. But the Via Appia also had a really important funerary function, because back in the Roman period, the Romans did not bury their dead inside of the city, but they buried their dead outside of the city. And the more important you were, the bigger, the more prestigious your funerary monument was. What we're now looking at nowadays in this landscape is a landscape with ruins of these funerary monuments, but also trees that have been added there. And actually these trees, they are not authentic, romantic, they are not authentic from the Roman period, but they have been put there in the 19th century when this archaeological park was erected. So we see a landscape with multiple layers in it. Here you see another picture of the beautiful landscape of the Via Appia Antica near to Rome. What we basically wanted to do in this project is to basically analyze this really complex layered landscape from an archaeological perspective and see how a digital twin could be used to do and conduct the archaeological research in order to generate 3D reconstructions, as can be seen over here. We are not the first ones that did that. Already in the 19th century, people were creating 3D reconstructions on how they believed that it might have looked like. However, we wanted to do this by using modern technology and also doing it in such a way that it is academic transparent, so that others can basically reuse also the tools and the insights that we generated. And we want to use digital technology for that. So getting to the discussion on what a digital twin is, we used as a definition, a digital twin is a virtual representation of real-world objects or systems with the condition that the two communicate with each other. And we actually use this reference of Fuller to basically distinguish what we see as a digital twin. So if you would have the virtual world, and on top of that, and then parallel to that, the real world, when the virtual world is basically a representation of the real world, and when that is done manually, we consider that to be a digital model. Whereas if the virtual world and the real world are interacting only one way from the real world to the virtual world, we consider that a digital shadow. And a digital twin we see as the virtual world and the real world interacting with each other, where different sensors are then also from the real world are also communicated with the virtual world, and vice versa, that the things from the virtual world can also be put back in the real world. So if I look at the tooling that we have developed for the for the Via Appia Antica, I see the digital twin as a virtual representation of an archaeological landscape, which integrates reconstruction and historical images. We consider that not per se a digital twin, but we consider that a system that uses digital twin technologies. Since we have been developing that according to a certain structure and a certain standard, it could in theory be a puzzle piece that can build up towards a digital twin. All right, digital twin. So we need to collect the data from the study area. We went there to this landscape, and we actually scanned the whole area using terrestrial LiDAR, which we mounted on a car. And we made 3D scans of every object along the side of Via Appia of our 1.5 mile that we were assigned to work on, by using photogrammetry tooling, which is basically creating a 3D model based on a lot of pictures that we took. Well, I must say, of course, my students did all the work there. So we eventually collected more than 2,500 objects, which we all integrated in a virtual representation in a 3D point cloud, which then allowed us to basically have this digital twin, which then allows us to basically analyze our study landscape in order to build up to this 3D reconstructions on how we believe that it might have looked like. We also performed some excavations, which we also integrated into our digital twin, or at least into our 3D digital model, let's say. Just to give you an idea on how our digital visualization looks like, I prepared a short video. And this is a video of a couple of years ago, I must admit, because nowadays we have a much nicer view compared to what we had. So what you see here is this is our LiDAR point cloud. And what's actually happening now, it's quite an effort, because this is gigabytes of data which are now via a web viewer are shown to the user. On the right, we have a small map, and in that mini map, there's all the data of all the archaeological funerary objects and all the archaeological objects of interest. And we can actually ask some questions to it to see, okay, where's marble? Where can I find where can I find material from a certain period? All those kind of things. We can also perform some measurements, and this tooling really helps the archaeologists in this project to study this landscape virtually in order to basically generate 3D reconstructions on how we believe that it might have looked like. So let's dive into this process of archaeological 3D reconstructions, and let's focus on this specific funerary monument, which is actually really near to the Villa dei Quintili, near to on the Via Appia near to Rome. It's actually 70 meters high and 12 meters wide. And what we have been doing is that we had it in a 3D virtual representation, and then we applied some shadowing, and we basically analyzed it in seeing if we could find imprints on where certain blocks have been. Because talking about circular economy, in the Roman period, Rome was really full with buildings and all those kind of things. But then in the medieval period, Rome was basically used as a kind of open air quarry, where all the bricks of marble and travertine have been reused in medieval churches. That has also happened a lot with the funerary objects alongside the Via Appia, where they kind of removed all the bricks, where they removed the travertine and the marble, and reused it in for other purposes. So basically what we have been doing, since we had it in our digital twin, we could basically build on top of this with the remaining things that we found around. We could basically generate this virtual representation on how we believed, our hypothesis on how we believed that it might have looked like. And if you have that, then you can also place it back in the virtual environment, which you could eventually then do in this way, but also do it virtually in the digital twin. So the good news about the project that we have been working on is that everything, all the tooling, everything is open source. That's also a baseline of the eScience Center. Everything that we do is open source, so it can be reused by others. Later on, I will provide some links to our repositories where you can actually see the code which we developed. Right. So from these academic archaeological tools, we also converted that into a virtual museum. And I think that also addresses on the valuation of heritage part that Peter was also referring to earlier, is that this landscape has been transformed over time. And actually the collaboration with this artist really allowed us to understand also this changing perspective and this changing element of the Via Appia and of this really complex landscape. So what we did, we printed a 70-meter long map. We put it on the floor. We printed some of the archaeological funerary monuments in 3D, and we created a virtual digital twin where you could basically go through the landscape and see how it changed over time. So one of the things that just to get an impression on how that then looked like, this is how the museum visitor could go and could basically explore the study area and to experience also this changing element of time. So as you know, the Via Appia has been depicted many times by many researchers, by many artists, by many photographers, cinematographers. All kind of people have captured this Via Appia with pictures and films, etc. So just to give you an example, here's a drawing of Piranesi from the 18th century, where he has created this picture of this funerary monument that we have been looking at before, where we created this 3D reconstruction out of it. But we also have pictures of Sophia Loren having lunch during a film shot on the Via Appia, in particularly on one of the funerary monuments that was also central in our museum exhibition. So what we have been doing, we, together with this artist, revisited all those different viewpoints. And we actually created a virtual museum out of it. And this virtual museum is actually accessible. I will provide the link and you can have a look at it afterwards. And the museum visitor could basically click on various perspectives and then virtually travel to that specific location and then see how that landscape looked like when this picture was taken. And here we see a picture from the 19th century of Thomas Ashby. And this artist, Krien Klevis, he revisited it and they kind of merged into each other. And this way, the museum visitor could basically could experience this element of changing time, but also experience, and that's really the art that did that, also experience the different valuation of heritage. Because somehow, some locations had a really attracted a lot of people to go to that same location all over again. Right. If you want to have a look yourself, you can have a look at the URL over here, revisitedviaappia.nl. But we also have some future ideas. And the future idea is that we actually want to make the people that are visiting the Via Appia nowadays to be part of this changing landscape, to be part of this changing continuum of changing landscape, and this to add also to this narrative by basically putting their own pictures in it and basically revisit the old locations of image creators nowadays. And that would then actually provide us with a new tool, which we can also use to evaluate the landscape and also to see what the impact of a changing climate condition are. So those are some future ideas that we have. So to conclude, I do have the good news also is that I recently got a research article published about this research, and that to the right that there's actually a link to the web application. So I also included some QR codes, but I will repeat them on my last slide. So if you want to have access to these articles and to our web viewer, they are just open, available. There's also links to our GitHub repository, so you can also reuse the code that we have been using. So to conclude, we created a new research instrument for archaeologists. We created reusable tools. So the tooling that we created has already been reused by for other purposes. So we also use this for maintenance of Dutch highways, for instance. It provides an immersive time traveling experience for museum visitors. And it really allows people to experience this changing heritage landscapes and also to see and experience the changing valuation of heritage. Of course, I could not have been doing this without any help of all these partners. So all the logos of the people that are here should be in my presentation as well. And then finally, as promised, you will see there's a QR code over here of the article and a QR code to the viewer. So thank you for your patience, and thank you for allowing me to present this work here.
Really, thank you, Maurice, because your presentation closed a very interesting session and also identified an interesting perspective related not only on archaeological domain, but I think related to cultural heritage, considering as a cultural landscape. Your perspective is particularly interesting, not only for data collection, but especially for data management, data interpretation and representation. So it's a way to identify also data as experience, and according also a perspective that considers raw data as relevant for the identification of different kind of values. And your result of your project is particularly interesting in this perspective. So really, thank you. Now,
okay, thank you.
We have the second section. We are in delay, really sorry for this, but now we have the round table with Pier Luigi Sacco as a chair, and the topic is policy recommendation, good practices and suggestions to enhance the attractiveness of your European heritage site in less known and remote areas, with Christopher Gustafsson, Eudokia Balamu, and Christian Ost. I don't know if Balamu is correct, the pronunciation, sorry.
So I also have an information for you. All you have found on your seats the Be.CULTOUR manifesto printed. So probably you have it on in your hands. So we will also discuss about this during this session. We are running a little bit late, let's say quite late, but please take your time because this is a very important session. We're very happy to have you on board today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, we will do our best if we can to regain some minutes, but of course, if this is possible. So the policy implications for these topics are, I think, particularly important because we are a kind of I think, crucial moment from the point of view of the limitations of traditional models of cultural tourism and how this is impacting today the practice of, for example, public administrations. There is today news, very interesting news, that a small village of 200 inhabitants in the island of Minorca is basically banning tourists altogether because they say we have an enormous amount of tourists. I mean, something like hundreds times the actual number of residents in the village. This is completely killing our social life. This is completely killing the village as something that is not just a resort, an open air resort. So we prefer just to do without tourism altogether. So this is, of course, we could regard this as an extreme reaction, but up to a certain point. I think that this is just a very interesting initial spark of a longer time trend that is probably going to be amplified in the next future. And this is especially the case for small communities. So the topic here is also how to bring, in some sense, more tourism to small, to less known and remote areas. But we should also consider that these less known and remote areas not necessarily should develop by attracting tourism, I mean, as a long-term goal, but rather to integrate, for example, let's say external exchange into the future societal development of the community. Now, this is important because in a sense, we have been accustomed to think of of remote areas as underdeveloped areas, for example, from the point of view of the experience economy. But this is not necessarily the case. We are simply seeing this perspective from our own viewpoint. But what is the viewpoint of the residents? Is this let's say, failure, developmental failure, that they are less well known? Everybody should be universally renowned and should adapt their life to this? Probably not. From a perspective of ecological psychology, this connects very nicely to the notion of authenticity. We know that in tourism, there is a huge debate about this, and it's very difficult to find the definition. Personally, I think that ecological psychology can really help us to reach at least one of the many possible definitions that is particularly useful for policy. And this is to think of authenticity as a set of place and culture specific affordances. What does this mean? Just imagine this. By the way, I am briefly, I just take, let's say, 3 minutes, and then I give the floor to our panelists, but I think this could be also a convenient introduction to some of the topics. This, by the way, is a snapshot of a paper that we are writing with my research group exactly on characterizing authenticity in terms of ecological psychology. So the idea is this. Imagine, for example, the small tables at Parisian cafes, okay? If you look at these small tables outside of the cafes in Paris, let's say Rive Gauche, for example, Saint-Germain, in this kind of situation, everybody would observe, but these tables are very small and they are packed. They are very close together. So from the point of view of, let's say, ergonomic design, that's not good. They should be more separated and possibly wider, because in the end, I mean, that's uncomfortable. But what's the point? Is there an affordance in these coffee tables? Of course there is. And this specific affordance is the fact that in traditional Parisian conversational cultural cafes, the fact that you are packed close to other people is a fantastic opportunity for you to talk to these people. And so, in some sense, this thing that from a tourist point of view would seem completely inconvenient is something that in the system of affordances of people who know that culture makes perfect sense. And they would not like to change that. So what is the point? The point is that if we are able to socialize visitors into this idea of local affordances, we could probably, at least in part, defend the authenticity of that experience. But if, as a consequence, basically we listen to tourists saying, we want bigger tables and more distance, because this is why we come here, we want to enjoy our coffee exactly like we were in St. Louis, Missouri. But that's not the point. That's not how they have been designed. So it's up to us. What do we want to do? Do we want to redesign the system of local affordances so that the local culture disappears or not? In some sense, the protest of the small village in Minorca is something about that. It's something about if we need to maintain any kind of meaningful relationship to this place, we have to defend, in some sense, the idea of the complete takeover of the local system of affordances by people who simply look at this place as an open-air resort that could be in Minorca or in any other place in the world and all look the same and propose the same kind of experience apart from some, say, couleur locale. So from this point of view, I think that we have a precise responsibility of not only discussing about suitable or unsuitable policies, but we should try to understand what are today the deep behavioral mechanisms that lie behind these kind of issues and how we could, in some sense, redefine these policy problems as problems that really have to do with the nature of human experience, not only valued as, let's say, an economically valid experience only if it generates a certain amount of local GDP increase in a certain moment, probably to destroy it in the future, because there are also, of course, intertemporal trade-offs, but we should try to understand also what is the meaning of these particular models from the point of view of the livelihood, not only of the people who are living there, but also the tourists, because in the end, if we destroy the local affordances, why should tourists come there in the first place? In the end, they come there because they are looking for something that they are destroying by coming there. So it's a paradox that we have somehow to address. Okay, so I think that we have a fantastic panel of very experienced speakers to discuss about all the issues that are related to going beyond cultural tourism and in a context in which, by the way, we have interesting case studies to build on. So I would like to give the floor, I'm just following the list as it appears in the program, to my friend and colleague, Christer Gustafsson from Uppsala. Christer.
Yeah, see which. Okay, so it's on. Thank you so much. Thank you for this introduction. And my name is Christer Gustafsson. I'm from Uppsala, Sweden. I'm professor in conservation, integrated conservation, where we have research, obviously, and also education program for conservationists. And you can say that our idea about conservation is more or less what you said here. It is about taking care of existing resources and see how you can, in a sustainable way, bring them into the future. And that means that you need to understand both in which way you are going to base it. And here we have more and more research about sustainability, and also here in the Be.CULTOUR project, we had also focused on the circular economy. And you can say what we've been conducting here research in the Be.CULTOUR project. We have following, of course, the Swedish cases in Forsvik and in Rydal. And I think that what we can say has been the most experience, the most valuable experience there is to see how we can understand Be.CULTOUR and the first BE, which stands for Beyond Culture Tourism. And I believe that this beyond is about how we can bring and keep the resources for the local stakeholders, the local people. And this brings us into the, let's say, the three dimension of sustainability, which is the environmental, the social, and economic perspectives. And so, and for us, I think, at least for me personally, the social integration, social network has been maybe the most interesting, and see how the local people have also met this new opportunity, and also how they together have solved the problems, and or at least how we have opened up. And my colleagues and friends from the Swedish sites has worked a lot with what in India was presented as the local action plans, which will be presented tomorrow. But I believe that, as I said before, our definition or our understanding of conservation is taking care of existing resources. And I would say that could be the starting point to see if you can understand heritage as a resource. And I think that for the last decades, and Peter mentioned it before, that when you were here 40 years ago, you tried to measure this heritage and understand what it means. And I believe that we today can understand, also agree upon that heritage could be regarded as a resource. But what we have found in the Be.CULTOUR project is also the next step, so to say, to see if we can understand as a resource, what can we also do together with the local people and local stakeholders. And what I also appreciate was you had developed at the ECHEC with these circular business models, because that could be the key to see how we can bring the local people and together find a common objective, common aim, and also understand what you want to do with this heritage and how it can maybe help us to solve these problems, which we also the previous speakers has been speaking about. And so I would say that lesson learned from the Be.CULTOUR for me at least is to understand that conservation is about taking care of existing resources and in a sustainable and conscious way. And that means also at the local level, and you can bring the people together, and together with them, or they will present the possibilities or the challenges and objectives, and see how we together can bring this resource into this. And for me, the key word has been the business models here, because, and I believe that if I speak for the sector, the conservation sector, this is something that we really need to change our mindset. So also to be more open to see what we can do, not just to focus on protection and the material matters and so on. So I will end there and say that, yeah, the next step for understanding the resource is the circular business model. So thank you.
Christer, you have a vast experience also of what happens outside of Europe. So let me ask you a provocative question.
Yeah.
What you have just said, that makes perfect sense to a European ear. Does it make sense also outside of Europe? Aren't we being too Europeans in framing the problems in this way? Because in some sense, what's happening outside of Europe? Are those the same preoccupations being shared by some, at least, non-European voices and minds? What's your opinion?
Well, the world is rather big. So
well, let's pick one at random.
No, but I'm sorry for making a joke here, but no, I think that's very interesting, and obviously you meet different cultures and different peoples and different understandings of heritage, and especially maybe different understanding of conservation and cultural heritage in other parts of the world, in Asia, for instance. So of course, the focus and the narratives are different there, but yet, I mean, it is in the end, it is about let's say heritage, but also how to deal with it, and often it brings it opens up the needs for maybe better legal frameworks, but also in the end for financially supporting an organization, how to deal with it. And maybe we can speak about governance models and financial models. And I think that it is important, and maybe Christian will develop it even further, but to understand and that conservation, it's not a cost to the society, it's that it is an investment. So it is about the definition of the return of investment, and this definition could be in line with the sustainable development of course, with understand the return as an environmental sustainability or a social sustainability or economic sustainability. And speaking about the international level, UNESCO at the moment are developing 22 new indicators. We had Pasquale presented new indicators here, but it's also more on official. So the UNESCO are testing them around the world. And most of these 22, you can say, is about social understanding, social integration, social innovation, and so on. And I think that is a way for the global perspective to understand what we are facing, what we are working with at the moment. And the general idea or the long-term idea is to bring culture to have a stronger position in the next round of Agenda 2045. So that is the case. So I'm involved in some parts of this discussion at the UNESCO level, and you can see how different words, or we have conducted pilot studies in Asia, in Europe, in Latin America, and so on. in each of the continent, and pretty much the same. I will not say the figures are the same, they differ a lot, but the opportunities to find the figures in the official statistics seems to be possible, which means that you can have a new type of discussion at UN level. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Krista. And to add another layer to this discussion, it's really my pleasure now to introduce Eudokia Balamo from Anetel, Larnaca. The presentation, I think, will deal with this really, really interesting document, the Larnaca Manifesto, that I think could be one of the highlights of this project. So, Eudokia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Sacco. Hello to everyone. It's nice to be a member of this Be.CULTOUR project, this Be.CULTOUR community. I was really impressed from your presentation, Antonia, on the results and the achievements that we have been working all 3.5 years. And imagine we started with the COVID. I still remember we were doing the online meetings, even online meetings with our different stakeholders. So the point now is we're coming to the end, and we want these now results to be upscaled to a policy level, to go to the policymakers, that to give them to understand that the cultural heritage, it's a key resource for our areas, especially for the small rural communities, and it can be a resource that it can be used not only for economic development, but also for environmental development and for social inclusion. And it's also really important to understand the local people that cultural heritage is them, is a resource that it belongs to them and it has a value for them. And I think this is where we need to find also the balance, what you mentioned before, between of the local people, of the policies, and not to have this disturbance like this extreme that we have in Mallorca, that they don't want any more tourists. But this is because the policies were pushing in that way. Tourism, they were saying, is the only way you can have economic development. But it turned out that this was not true. And now all of these small rural communities that they put a lot of effort in attracting people, and also happening in some villages in Cyprus, now they don't want tourists because they said, you disturb us, our rural community of living and the authenticity that we had in our area. So this is a moment where we need to somehow to keep the balance. So with this manifesto, which was a final action in our action plan in Cyprus, and it was a cooperation with the Launa Foundation, the other partner from Cyprus, I will say that they put most of the effort on this document. We came to create this manifesto that link 3 dots: the cultural landscape, the cultural heritage, the cultural tourist, and circular and human-centered cultural tourism. So we want somehow these 3 to be bridged. And we created this manifesto. You already have it in front of you. So it's actually a document that it's a common ground of cooperation, a framework towards the development of this human-centered cultural tourism through cultural landscape regeneration. And it's actually promoting the understanding of cultural tourism. We don't want anymore to go to this consumer mass tourism that we have now. We want to go to a more a tourism that pays attention in cultural heritage, intangible and intangible as well. We have also hidden intangible heritage that is going to be lost in the few years. I will give you one example from our villages. In Lefkara, we have the Lefkara lace, which is also into the UNESCO Intangible Heritage list. If you go to the village, you will see only old women doing that. The young people, they don't want to learn it because it takes too much time, too much effort. And if they want to sell a lace, it costs too much. So no one is buying. They have the alternative cheap ones from other countries. So they don't want to, I mean, they don't understand that this is something that they can, find different way to let's say, take it as an economic activity. And there is a man that came from UK, and he started to think a little bit innovative. And what he did, he put this Lefkara lace on bags, on dresses making. cases of mobiles with the lace, and also he started to sell and he became famous. Another woman in not from Lefkara, but from another area, she came to the village and she opened a small shop where she makes small cookies that has a Lefkara lace on it. And it became again popular. It was not in a year, it was in the news, and all over was speaking about this innovative idea. So it's also, as I said, this manifesto to make understand these people, this key resource they have, and also to bring this to the policymakers. So you have in front your manifesto. It's recalling on a lot of documents, especially from UNESCO, and we are defining key terms in terms of cultural landscape, cultural tourism, authenticity, circular economy, circular tourism. So we have a common understanding on this definition. So we are all speaking the same language. And then we have some different principles. We have the principle of cultural landscape as a key resource for the communities. And the recommendation, let's say here, is to be moving to a sense of policies that they focus on preserving, of enhancing the regeneration of the cultural landscape, and having also in mind the circular economy perspective, and also in line with what we have now with the new European Bauhaus, taking also not only the aesthetic and sustainability, but also the engagement, the participation of the local people, which is important to hear their voice. They know better their areas than us. I'm also a policy maker. Recently, we have drafted the 2 policies for the rural and the fishery areas. And I have the privilege in working in the projects and working with the local stakeholders. Not all the policymakers have that. And one of the axes that we have put, it was cultural heritage and the preservation. Also in this manifesto, we are speaking about cultural tourist destinations, about traditional knowledge, which is an important role in empowering all of the people. Also on the terms of the SMEs, we want to turn them to circular business models. Usually the mindset of the SMEs is that we want a profit and we want it now. They don't have a thinking that I need to do my business plan so it can be also on the long term, and that the investment that will come back needs time, and you need to be patient for that. And also with this way, you will have more sustainability. Also in this manifesto is focused on investment and innovation key areas, also in new forms of entrepreneurship like social entrepreneurship. Also, we are focusing on circular regeneration of the natural resources, and paying attention also on to the minimization of the waste production, of the use of plastics, and making our attractions more, let's say, towards circularity and circular economy. Also, we have then digital tools. As we know, there is a lot of digital tools for making documentation, for making mapping. So these tools could be used also to record all of this traditional knowledge and heritage, especially the intangible heritage that as soon as our grandfathers and grandmothers will not be there anymore, we will not have that. We don't know it. And we are not also interested in learning that. So it's a good opportunity to use these advanced techniques. And also we are speaking about human-centered destinations that they share the value to enhance communities and visitors' engagements in a collective care and way. So with this manifesto, we really want to recognize, as I said, these principles to start adopting measures and solutions that they go for the protection of integrity and authenticity. Already this document was presented almost 2 weeks ago in Cyprus. We had a very big meeting, roundtable discussion with a lot of stakeholders. Actually, the whole roundtable discussion was put under the auspices of the Deputy Ministry of Culture and also of the Deputy Ministry of Tourism. We had from the local governments, from the villages there. We had from the Department of Antiquities, civil engineers, the housing department. So all of them came and put their own discussion on that. We collected all of the relevant feedback and documents. So I think now we have the final, let's say, document that the next step is to sign it. But I think the work starts now of how now this manifesto will go into the policies and it will start to be implemented. So thank you very much. We really hope if you have any comments on the manifesto, you have it in front of you, maybe something we missed and is important, let us know so we can include it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Udoka. I think that you made a very, very important point with this Lefkarale's example, because you showed very clearly what is also the first, probably the biggest misunderstanding about the debate on authenticity. So the idea that we should freeze somehow the already existing culture, or in particular the affordances related to this culture. And what you show with this very clearly, but this could be replicated in so many different contexts, is that this is the best way to kill it, freezing it. Because of course the intergenerational transmission is practically impossible in those conditions, because it's not motivationally sound for people to simply do what their, for example, older generation local mates actually did. So the real problem is how to create the conditions for, let's say, a viable evolution of the local culture that keeps it in some sense vibrant, without in some sense losing the soul of this specific local culture. And the examples that you did are also inspiring, because in this particular respect, sometimes even people who arrive from outside, but really in some sense embrace this particular local culture, can make the difference. So it's also not the case that only natives know better. It's also the case of being open to the dialogue and contamination, because in the end, by the way, the history of humankind is always, human culture is all about contamination. But this is the easy part, a nice comment. But the point is, I would also like to make to you as well a somehow provocative question. So what are, do you have a plan for the next steps of this manifesto? As you said, the work starts now. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, you need a strategy for this, because, you know, there are so many manifestos around. What do you think are the next steps in practice?
I really agree with you. There is a lot of manifestos, and a policymaker receives this kind of things every day. It's just sitting in office, is gonna read, okay, this is something. But the next step is that at least now we have a voice that is coming from a lot of stakeholders. And it's a really voice. Already in our case, we have put that in our own strategy. So, and it was also from before we did some things, and we can show some examples as well. Because a policymaker, as I said, is sitting, but if you show some concrete examples and concrete results and concrete impact on what these things that we're proposing will change, then a policymaker will think, and especially a policymaker will think about it when it's coming from bottom and is an approach that is coming from everyone. Otherwise, they will say it's another big document. So for us now, we need to start planning our next steps. So far, I must say we don't have any plan, but it's something that we really look how to plan it. At least since we know that we have the Deputy Ministry of Tourism and of Culture on board with us, that's a very good start. We have two very good alliances with us, so we can, let's say, go step by step with them and in hand to make some changes. We really hope that we can make some changes.
No, I agree, because I mean, that's politics everywhere, but in particular for European politics, finding a smart alliance with national policymakers, especially to scale up at the Brussels level, that's fundamental. So I think that that's a fairly good first move in this direction.
Political.
Of course it is. Of course it is. So thank you very much. And now I come to Christian Ost. ECHEC is becoming a really, really interesting and innovative center for research on this topic. So I'm really happy to give the floor to Christian for his comments.
Thank you. I will rebound on what has been said, because I think that there is a lot of comments that we could make, and I will not be able to say anything else. But since I give a keynote speech tomorrow, I will give you a teaser to come back, you see, tomorrow on that. And because the keynote speech tomorrow, I would start with conservation is not sustainable. So come tomorrow to listen why. Conservation is not sustainable because when we speak about cultural tourism and you see what happened in Venice or in case of mass tourism, this is conservation, it's not sustainable. And this is interesting because this is a shift in paradigm, I think, that we have learned for the last 40 years. Peter was mentioning 40 years ago that we were working together. And at that time, you see, people were searching for economists to measure things, to express the different, are there values, economic values, does that exist, and so on. And the conservation field expect that we provide something that could help conservation. In other words, yeah, we have the means to get a lot of tourists, and this will become a panacea, and it will finance conservation. And we realize, I must say, that it doesn't work, because either we have a lack of tourists, too less, or we have an excess of tourism. So what is missing there is sustainability, of course, is to find the right balance between the two. So during the last decade, of course, as economists, we and our colleagues, we made a lot of innovations in terms of measuring, analyzing, bringing tools, a toolbox to decision makers. But at the end of the day, we figure out that today, sustainability being mainstream, we should see conservation as a result of some conditions that make conservation viable and sustainable, which is completely a shift in paradigm. I don't know, I speak here in the School of Architecture. I hope that they will not kill me, but this is not something that can be that you can agree upon immediately, saying that culture at the end is a mean. Culture can be, and conservation can be, an instrumental in what? In providing sustainability, and after that, welfare, well-being, equity, peace, and everything. These are the real goal. It's not culture for culture. We don't conserve just to keep a building. We just want that this initiative of conservation will create additional values and create the conditions to make this conservation viable and sustainable. This is where social come in, economic, environmental, and all the things. So this, and I will explain further tomorrow how to make this sustainable conservation. But I think that this is why we need, as Christer said, that we developed business models. Some, of course, not business model the old way by providing profit or market share. This is nothing to it. It's sustainable business model that we use, and where we ask the right question about what kind of value do we create, and the value are not just cultural values. The architectural value, the historic value, aesthetic values are there. They are inherited from the past. What you need to do is to create additional value from the future in such a way that all this value could, of course, be integrated and provide then a sustainable conservation. So business model, but also things related to that: decision-making process, participation, entrepreneurship. We have developed now with Ruba at ESHEC some training in cultural entrepreneurship, and it's very interesting, how to provide incentive to people who get an idea but don't know exactly what to do. And it's impossible to give them just a business model because this is not their framework, this is not their language. So entrepreneurship, innovation, and so on and so far. And we have seen a very nice example with Karimar and Peter about what innovation and new technologies can provide, of course, to that. So I would say, thinking about your question about is it happening here or everywhere in the world, I have the feeling, being European, that I have the feeling that still conservation is still Eurocentric, that all over the world we don't have the same vision of that, and that we still have the heritage of a public-driven protection and management of heritage. It's not the case in all the countries, as we know. It's not a single model, but we still, and a lot of people, this is what is important, the community and local community still think that this is for granted, you see? The heritage is there, it has always been there, and it will survive in a way or another, and it's to the public authorities to take care of that, which is a very dangerous model, because when you lack public funding and this and that, and when the world is evolving the way it is, you should have an alternative model based on private-public partnership, people-private-public partnership, and some other system like that. So I truly believe that when we speak about cultural tourism and beyond cultural tourism, that we really need also to think out of the box, not just to find some solutions, you know, to bring more tourism or less tourism at this place or that place, but really to see that beyond cultural tourism, it's maybe something different than tourism. Because at the end of the day, the new challenge for tourism is to find, you know, some experience, going some adventure, living in a place, in a village with the local people, sharing this kind of thing, which is not exactly what we have as a tourist in the statistics or in the definition. So beyond tourist, cultural tourism, maybe there is no more tourism. There will be something like cultural resident, cultural experience, that sort of things. And we all are conservation in that way, conservation, not conservation specialists, but we all are in the same boat in terms of keeping a place like it should be and having the benefit from it on the same time. So
Thank you, Christian. But not to further spoil your presentation tomorrow, but do you have any, let's say, sensation about the fact that whether Europe is, let's say, better or worse positioned than other places in trying to address these new models going beyond tourism? So what are the places where, in your opinion, we see now the most interesting attempts at overcoming the existing models with their limitations? If you would place a bet on the interesting laboratory, where would you place it?
I can't answer to your question, but I have the feeling that we have at the same time very good solutions on the European soil and, of course, bad solutions, which makes sense because, you know, this is a Schumpeterian process, destructive creation and that way. So we replace some model and we realize that some model are excessive. What in many other countries around the world is maybe not yet the case, but you have that in tourism, like you get in terms of transportation, in terms of having a car, in terms of sustainability. It's so there could be examples somewhere, but the true example should be the example to me where the public authorities is not dominant, but where a bottom-up approach and local people take care of their place, and through that bring some innovations, you see, ways to have some diversification, to be different in that village than in the other village. And you express example about Cyprus, of making this about craftsmanship, food, everything there is important as attraction factors.
No, thank you. Very, very interesting remarks. I think that strangely, because generally, I mean, the latecomers are in some sense learning from the mistakes of the early adopters. But in this particular case, my feeling is that many of the newcomers on the cultural tourism game are in some sense repeating the same mistakes in some sense of the early adopters, because what's happening, for example, in many Asian countries that are now really scaling up cultural tourism is that I'm seeing again approaches that were popular here, let's say in the 80s or in the 90s. So that's really impressive and not in a good sense. On the other hand, I think that I absolutely agree that somewhere in Europe we can really find interesting, let's say, germs of a possible alternative model. For example, in my region, Abruzzo, that is not a particularly popular region in terms of tourist destinations in Italy, is one of the least visited and least famous. But for example, there is now a very, very interesting movement of small villages, in this case, mountain villages of a few hundreds inhabitants, that are developing new models of neo-population, so attracting new residents, but not as tourists, but as permanent or semi-permanent ones. And not just to, in some sense, to save the local traditions, but to, let's say, create also a playground, a sandbox for experimentation with that specific culture of the place. I find this particularly exciting, and I think that one of the limitations why probably we don't see this happening in some other places is that this bottom-up approach really needs a democratic culture. So in autocratic regimes, it's very, very difficult to imagine that you really give the initiative to the locals, because this is dangerous and could scale up in ways that are not controllable. So in some sense, probably one of the reasons why we will see this happening, especially in Europe or in more generally, let's say, in the democratic sphere, is that practically there is probably no other way to actually pursue this. But I know that I see that Christer would like to make some additional comment.
Thank you. And now we started to think about other things, but no, I was thinking about this Be.CULTOUR project one more time, and one thing that I think is of importance. I already mentioned the local action plans, and its relation to the regional level, which is, as you know, the smart specialization strategies. And I think it's important to mention that word here during this conference. And I think we all have experience to see if we can integrate the word culture or even culture heritage and in the smart specialization strategies. And we conducted a study in the previous project CLIck, where we noticed that it was less than 10% of all the regions in Europe that give priority to culture heritage. And since then, we have seen if we can see if we can integrate that word in at least in the Swedish regions, and it's not so easy. And if I just go to Uppsala region, for instance, there are 3 objectives with the smart specialization strategies in Uppsala, and it is life science, and guess the third objective is, yes, correct, life science. And that means if you come from the heritage sector, it is more or less impossible to convince the policymakers of the importance of heritage. And if you open up the door a little bit, of course, you need to compete with life science and the benefits they are doing for the region. And it comes to research, job creation, small enterprises, innovation, and everything. So that means that you need to be able to compete with them and also see if you can find the language or the indicators that can help you. And so I think that this local action open up for this kind of discussion at the local level, to see it in a wider perspective, heritage, and in our cases, the industrial heritage, and see what's happened. And if you speak about the sector, the conservation I speak about now, is that it's not so much, it cannot be so much focused on the material and legal aspects. It also need to be more focused on the activities that can take place within the premises. And that means that we come to the word adaptive reuse. And I think that is a very important lesson learned from this project, how to understand the adaptive reuse using these business models and not just a resource, a passive resource. How can you activate it, as your question to you was as well, how can you go to this action-oriented approach again? And I hope that at least me and my students, we have a great help from this project to understand this new perspective. Yeah, thank you.
And Eudokia, would you have any final comments?
Yes, I have a final comment that I really agree with what you said, but also I will say that we need also to change the mindset of the tourism as well. And how, I mean, we have mass tourists, but if you don't change the mindset of the demand, then how you will change the supply? So I think it's a very big discussion here of how we can change the behaviors also of the people and try to make them understand that actually, if we want to preserve the cultural heritage, we need to start thinking a little bit different, and a little bit different of the sense of also being a tourism that I want to go somewhere and I don't want to harm the local community. I want to be there. I want to live with the people. I want to see their heritage, but I don't want to create all of these problems like what happened in Mallorca, like what happened in other villages also in Cyprus, that they don't want also the tourists. And it's a balance. It's difficult if we take it from the point of view of the policymakers. It's really difficult to find, let's say, the balance between these two, and it needs a lot of work, and we are collecting data, but at the same time, when you have all of this data and you present it to the local people, they don't understand. You need somehow to balance all of these things, and it's really a very big effort. But I think we have a future, because slowly we see that we are changing, we are doing this discussion is here, and we see that there is a danger ahead. And also the local communities are starting slowly to understand that, and trying to do new business models, find new ways to collaborate. They want to have a voice, they want to work now more together. And we saw that, I think, when we're working with the local stakeholders, we started with a critical mass, that 5-8 people, and now we are growing and growing. It's a continuous effort to engage all of these people, and you need all of the time to be there with them, to try to speak them in a simple language. They don't understand a lot of these definitions that we give here. You need to be simple for them, make them understand that this is their territories, this is their project, and you're just there to help them to achieve the things that they want to achieve, the vision they want for their areas. So that's my, let's say, final conclusion, is that there is a hope still there. Thank you.
Thank you, Eudokia. And I'd say that's a wrap. We have done for today. So thank you very much for your attention and persistence, and enjoy this beautiful Naples evening.
So just to conclude, thank you very much to Pier Luigi Sacco for beautifully leading this session, and to all the speakers. It's just a time for operational information, okay, for the evening. We are going to meet for dinner all together at Palazzo Petrucci in Piazza San Domenico. You have all the information in the program. And finally, I want to thank very much the team of the CNR and the University of Napoli for helping to organize all this big conference with so many people all around the world. So I thank very much my colleagues, Francesca Buglione, Valentina Picerni, Anna Volpicelli, and Martina Bosone, and also all the other people who have contributed and collaborated with the team. So without them, we couldn't do all what we have done in those days, but also in the last months and years. And again, I thank very much Professor Fusco Girard and the team of the university, Maria Pasquale, all of you for nicely contributing to the project. I should, yes. Then we will continue discussing tomorrow, and as it was said also by Eudokia, the manifesto is open to comments, is open to your feedback, and also I want to tell you that the representatives of the European Commission have already asked to have the document to share it with the new projects on cultural tourism. So let's say that the new projects funded under Horizon Europe will have this as a kind of a starting point from where we end, let's say, then they will have it, and we will see what happens. So our call for action is to provide us a feedback, a comment, and also to engage and to sign the document together, to share it in your communities with your stakeholders. So this will make this document not only a paper, but something operational that can be shared and used by the real end users, let's say, so the stakeholders that we have engaged. So again, I thank you very much, and we are going for dinner in 1.5 hours. Okay. Thank you. See you tomorrow.